Planning Committee. Can you not hear me? Okay, I'll try and speak up. Normally I'm too loud. I'll try that. Is that?
No, it's the right side.
It's the right side?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just try and speak more loudly. Is that better? Good. Okay, this is the Planning Committee meeting of the 14th of April, and I just have a short introduction to read out so that everyone understands what happens with a hybrid meeting. So we have councillors and officers are reminded to put their mobile phones or electronic devices on silent if they have one near them, and those present in the room should face forward, speak directly into the microphone and not place papers or electronic devices between themselves and the microphones. Please would remote participants, and we have several, mute their microphones when not speaking, as this will reduce feedback and background noise and save bandwidth to prevent loss of connection. Members of the council joining us remotely should leave cameras on. Officers leave cameras on only for the agenda item you are speaking for. Members of the public registered to speak for or against an application and parish and town council representatives will be called to speak after the officers have presented the application. Members of the public will be asked to leave the meeting once their item has been completed. That is, members who are in a hybrid format. After each item has been presented, I will invite members present in the room to ask questions first. Those members joining us remotely will then be invited to speak, and they should indicate their wish to do so by using the raise the hand feature on their laptop. Only those members of the Planning Committee present in the room will be making the decision, and I will confirm the result verbally for the benefit of those watching the webcast. Please be aware that there can be a time delay of around 5 seconds whilst a remote participant appears on screen. We will, if necessary, adjourn for a comfort break or a cup of tea. Good. So before we start the meeting, as I said, I'd like to have just a minute's silence to remember Jonathan Johnson, who was a member of this committee and passed away suddenly quite recently. So if we just have 1 minute's silence. Thank you very much. So we also have Felicity Thomas joining us today, who is our legal representative, should there be any issues that require legal clarification. And thank you for joining us today, Felicity. Before we start, I'm also going to just make one other point. It's very easy for speakers, members of the public, other speakers, to fall into the trap of introducing what is known as non-material considerations for these planning applications. And this is where one application went a little bit awry a few months ago, and we're re-looking at that application today. But I'm going to be a little more constrained today in that if I feel that there's an issue that is being discussed that is not a material planning consideration, I'm going to stop that discussion because it just really wastes time. And I know that it's very easy, particularly when we hear from the public for issues to be introduced and members to want to question those things, but if they're not material planning conditions or considerations, then they're not going anywhere, and we don't need to spend time on them just to try and keep ourselves tighter. The objective of the committee is to review, to challenge the officers' reports, but actually you're working within the policies and the considerations within the report. If there's a material consideration that hasn't been included in the report, that's absolutely fine to raise, to discuss with the development manager as to why it mightn't have been included, and hopefully it should have been included. But that's actually our sphere that we work around, and I think we should just try and, it's always good just to try and remember these things. So that's a lot to say before we start the meeting. So I will start the meeting. The first thing is if I could have authorisation to sign the minutes from the 10th of March.
So move.
Thank you very much. Julie, could we have apologies for absence and substitutes, please?
So we've had apologies from Councillor Errington and Councillor Drayson. Councillor Tempe is standing in as substitute for Councillor Errington, and Councillor John Barnes is standing in as substitute for the current vacancy we have on the committee.
Thank you very much. And do we have any additional items?
No, there's none.
Thank you. Do we have any withdrawn applications?
No, there's none.
Thank you very much. Now, can we have disclosures of interest, please? I know we have a few here. Yes, Councillor Madeley to start with.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to declare a personal interest. My late grandfather, Percy Webber, was one of the 3 philanthropists who created Gulliver's Bowls Club back in 1952. In addition, I have a prejudicial interest. I'm chairman of Gulliver's Action Group and have been since about 2006. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Gray.
Thank you. I have a family interest in that my husband, John Gulliver Gray, is a long-standing member of Gulliver's Bowls Club. His godfather was Charles Gulliver, who was the beneficiary of the Bowls Club. His step-brother, Charles Wright, is one of the... Sorry, it's a bit complicated. Is one of the directors of the club. Charles Wright's father, who was also called Charles Wright, was also one of the co-founders, together with Charles Gulliver.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. And I'm sure you'll be attaching a family tree afterwards so you can truly understand that. So that everyone understands, what will happen is that both Councillor Madeley and Councillor Gray will stay for the moment. They'll listen to the public speakers, they'll listen to the ward members, and anyone who wants to ask, then they will have an opportunity to speak. Anyone who wants to ask a question of them can do. They can't ask a question of the public, at which point they will leave the room for the rest of that application. I know that all sounds once again a bit complicated. Yes, Councillor Ganley.
Councillor Madeley declared a personal and prejudicial interest, but I understood Councillor Gray to declare a personal interest. Is that correct? And if so, that would not require to leave the room.
I think
it might be prejudicial as well, according to advice I've been given, because of my brother-in-law, Charles Wright.
It's prejudicial as well, so... Thank you, Councillor Ganley. And on that point, I'm going to ask that we have the planning index at item 6, just to note that. It just lists the applications. And so we're going to move on to item 7, which is the first item of applications. It's RR 2021-1455-P, Gulliver's Bowls Club, handing over to the development manager, Miles Joyce. Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me clearly enough? I don't know quite how I'm going to deal with that because I have the headphones in. Does it still okay? I think it's okay. It's coming. All right, okay. How about that? That's good. Okay, pardon me. It's still happening. No, it didn't. Okay. Is that better? Perfect. Sorry about that. Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, as I said, this is an application for a redevelopment of Gulliver's Bowls Club in Knoll Road. The application site is located within the Bexhill development boundary. The Bowls Club comprises a single-storey clubhouse, indoor rink, and a building used as a changing room. I'm just going to... There you are, and there's a site location plan there. Well, in larger and smaller detail, there are two existing access points from Knoll Road at the southeastern and southwestern corners of the site, including onto a small car park. The surrounding housing, which is backed on the application site, comprises a mix of Victorian and interwar properties, including detached and semi-detached houses and small apartment buildings. Yes. Now, the proposed replacement of the clubhouse, refurbishment of indoor bowls rink, and the erection of 8 two-bedroom dwellings, together with associated car park and landscaping, is proposed. The development footprint will be similar in location as to the existing, and the site plan shows that there. The building footprint would be 22.3 metres by 12.4 metres by 2.9 metres. That's the east height, with a ridge height of 6.1 metres. Amendments were sought throughout the course of the application to change the design of the clubhouse, following recommendations from the Heritage Officer. An existing access point at the southeast corner of the site is proposed to be reused, with a new internal shared access road being provided along the eastern boundary of the site to the rear. The proposed courtyard area provided allocating parking spaces for the amused dwellings. 4 unallocated spaces are proposed on the eastern side of the shared access road. In terms of statutory consultations, there was no objection from the Highways Authority, subject to conditions. In terms of the county ecologist, the information provided is satisfactory, as it enables the local planning authority to determine that whilst the proposed development is likely to have an impact on biodiversity, those impacts can be mitigated through the application of planning conditions, which are outlined in this response. From Rother's Waste and Recycling Service, the contractor has advised that the plans look good and the turning circle looks sufficient, and turns providing it's clear of parked cars. The County Flood Risk Management Officer has no objections following the submission of evidence to demonstrate that there is sufficient capacity within the Southern Water FEL system to receive surface water runoff from the development. Okay. For environmental health, they've visited Gulliver's Bowls Club a number of times over the years, but not in relation to, no concerns have been raised to us concerning the managing of asbestos. And the owner of but they do recommend that the owner of the premises, should hold an asbestos register for the property to identify any asbestos in the building. If an asbestos survey of the building has not been conducted, it would be prudent to require one. Just to say on this point that it's not a planning matter, but it could be something we could add as an informative with regards to asbestos management. Now, third-party comments, there are 16 letters of objection, 15 of support and 4 general comments. The Victorian Society was concerned about the impact on the Grade 2 listed marine mansions. Bexhill Heritage had a concern on the basis that the proposed use is not suitable for the area and the development of the site would do little to provide affordable homes for the local people. The Cantaloupe Community Association, along with residents, had a number of concerns. The loss of green space development potentially will set an unwelcome precedent, harm to the amenity of the occupiers of adjoining properties, highway safety concerns, and an overly dense form of development that's not sustainable. There was a question about it being a major application, but this isn't a major application because the boundary site is within 0.5 of a hectare. If it was over 0.5 of a hectare, the major applications definition would apply. And also some concerns about inadequate waste and recycling facilities. I think the main issue here is the principle of the development. Policy BX5 allocates the site for housing and also for an improved bowls facility comprised of an outdoor bowls green, an indoor rink and associated clubhouse and maintenance facilities as provided. Development to the rear of the site is single storey only with a separate access point provided for the residential and bowls facility part of the scheme. And the design of the scheme does not adversely affect the character of the area or the setting of the listed terrace to the south. That SUDS is provided in accordance with policy DN5 and provision is made for retention and enhancement of the boundary planting, particularly on the western, northern, and eastern boundaries indicated in the details map. And I think it does set the scene for the acceptability of the development in our view, because it quite clearly accords with policy BEX5. To look at the standard of residential accommodation, it does meet the minimum nationally described space standards, and in fact exceeds them for all 8 units. There's at least 10 metres of rear garden spaces depth at the rear of the properties, and it's met that condition as well. In terms of impact on neighbouring amenity, it's not considered that there would be any adverse impact in terms of overlooking, loss of privacy, overshadowing, given the scale of the development. And perhaps if you just look at or go forward to the actual plans for the residential properties, and as you see here, you've got the elevations, all 4 elevations which are proposed, and some photographs there. But to go back to them, you're seeing that essentially they're up to chalet bungalow, up to 6.1 metres in height. And in terms of amenity, the noise generated by these new dwellings would not be considered to be unacceptable. In terms of design and appearance, the dwellings themselves are considered to be architecturally strong and well defined, with arch brick lintels, brick arches over the passageways to rear gardens, parapeted gables with finials, and a central clocktail stroke weather vane feature. Overall, the form, character and appearance of the development is considered to be of intrinsically high design quality, as to comply with policy EN3 of the core strategy. From an ecological point of view, the buildings of trees on site do not support any potential back roost features, and the site overall offers low potential for foraging and commuting. In terms of breeding birds, we should avoid any demolition or work in the bird breeding season, generally March to August, and the site does offer opportunities for enhancement, which will help the council meet its duties and responsibilities to provide biodiversity net gain under the NERC Act and national and local planning policy. In terms of trees, no trees are to be removed as part of this development. There's no objections, as said, in terms of drainage, as long as subject to conditions. The same with highways, no objections subject to conditions. So in planning balance, it's considered to be acceptable subject to conditions. Now, some of these conditions will be standard conditions, such as time, development within 3 years, development carried out in accordance with the approved plans, further detail in large-scale plans especially for the clubhouse features, soft landscaping and hard landscaping details, a 10-year time frame to restore planting which dies during that time frame after it's been planted, see details of surface water drainage, maintenance and management of drainage, flood risk management, ecology design strategy, a preoccupation condition regarding photographic evidence to show the drainage has been constructed in accordance with the approved details. The condition 12, the wording for me was slightly problematic, so I've proposed to delete condition 12 and conditions 13 to 20 are consequently renumbered as conditions 12 to 20. And there are various other conditions around parking and around implementation of parking. I think what I really would suggest here is that there's that these are preoccupation conditions where it matters, but especially there's above ground works conditions to get those desired details to be submitted in terms of drainage, ecology, landscaping before the commencement of development. So what I'd like to say on this point is just to look at the plans. And if I go back to see the clubhouse, you've got the existing clubhouse here. And that's a proposal. These are the proposed elevations and sections. These are the developments for the housing. So it's a floor and loft plans for the 8 two-bedroom houses. And more with a typical section there. And the proposed elevations, the 4 elevations are here, which I think we consider blends in quite well with the local area. Some photographs of the site. You can see the quality of some of the existing buildings on site. That's a tree protection plan, so no trees are proposed to be felled with this application. This, interestingly, it's lapsed, this scheme, but it was a previous scheme for 39 sheltered apartments. And as you can see here, if you look at the elevations, it's considerably more impactful. Now, admittedly, this was some time ago and it has lapsed, but it's useful as a reference, I think, here, that we can actually say that this was accepted back in 2014, and we feel that this is a proposal that improves on that, and therefore I recommend a plan permission ought to be granted, subject to conditions as set out in the report, subject to the amendments I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the first person we have to speak is Councillor Sharon Blagrove, who I believe is outside. If we could ask her to come in. Terry, would you mind? I think she's... Well, because you want to come into such a crowded room. Thank you, Councillor Blagrove. If you'd like to take the speaker's position there, and I'm not sure if you heard my introduction, but you have 5 minutes to speak, and appreciate it if you kept it tight to that, at which point members can ask you questions. Thank you. You need to press the red button here.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm here from the Town Council, where we met to review the plans for Gulliver's Bowls Club. Following representations from the public and members of the Cantaloupe Community Association. The Council objects to the development as it will represent loss of amenity, green space, which should be protected. The development is not in keeping with the character of the area and will cause a loss of privacy for the surrounding residents. The Town Council supports the Cantaloupe Community Association. Thank you very much.
That was very brief and to the point. I think you get the award for the shortest public speaking presentation ever. We appreciate that. And if you'd like to stay there. So when you're not speaking, it's very annoying, but you have to turn the button off and then you turn it on again when you speak. Otherwise, the camera won't go to you. Councillor Timpey.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Hello. Thank you for that. I'm just interested to know, you had representations from Cantaloupe Association and the public. Did you consult the developers? Did they have an opportunity to talk with you?
No, the developer wasn't at the meeting. We had members of the public at the meeting. They put their case, and we made, our decision after that.
So, would you consider then that was a balanced view? The fact that you didn't have both sides of the argument.
Well, of course, it's always good to have all sides present for something like that. But I'm afraid I can only say what happened, and that's what happened.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for Councillor Blagrove? Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. We very much appreciate you coming and speaking today. And I don't know if you want to stay in the room or you were outside before, but whichever one. Thank you.
Thank you very much on behalf of the Town Council. Thank you.
And we have a speaker against this application, Mr. Michael Hall. Is Mr. Michael Hall there? Thank you very much. So once again, when you speak, press the button. When you're not speaking, unpress the button, because that means the camera moves to the correct person.
Good morning. The officers of the Council have determined that the development of this site should occur. The representations of GAG, for whom I speak, the Town Council, Bexhill Heritage, Cantaloupe Community Association, the Victorian Society and the Bexhill Environmental Group all raised objection, either to the principle of development, to this proposal, or both. The site affords a green space, a recognised greenfield site, an amenity amidst abutting residential development to three sides, whilst to the fourth, the south, stands the imposing Grade 2 listed mansion flat stretching from Brassey Road the Middlesex Road. GAG objections include the entire site, not just the Bowls Club, is listed as an asset of community value under the Localism Act of 2011, an apparently meaningless status. Failings or shortcomings include existing site levels are shown to a topographical survey drawing, none are shown to the proposal drawings. It is difficult to see how this scheme can have been positively assessed without the benefit of proposed levels. The arboricultural appraisal notes that the proposed Unit 1 will penetrate the root protection area of tree T2 and calls for a no-dig construction method to this area. This would seem not to allow a floor level equal to or near to that of the existing green level. The floor level for Unit 1 would need raising some 1 to 1.5 metres above the green level and above that of the neighbouring two-storey new dwellings, not therefore as illustrated. Neither the elevations nor plans illustrate this disparity. On landscaping, the site area, or at least that was subject to this application, we are told, equals 0.48 hectare. The buildings plus access road plus forecourt plus patios shall equal 0.25 hectare. Half the site shall be hardscaped. Visually, this green open space, this asset of community value, will go. In a practical sense, the surface water runoff, even to so-called permeable pavings, will require considerable attenuation and continuous ongoing management to avoid flooding, noted by East Sussex County Council in their comment. East Sussex Highways suggests the new access is indicated to be 6 metres wide. It is not. No figures are shown. The width scales 5 to 5.5 at best, with little, if any, scope for improvement. Recall that the narrow access road is to be shared by motor vehicles and pedestrians alike. Fear for the latter. East Sussex Highways state tracking is shown for longer vehicles. To turn a vehicle in the forecourt, maybe so. To negotiate a refuse truck or similar to the 90-degree bend abutting the flank wall of Unit 8, no tracking has been allowed for larger vehicles. There is no space to do so. That the waste officer advises that the plans look good, the turning circle looks efficient, providing it's clear of parked cars, is neither convincing or reassuring. The parade of 16 refuse bins affecting a guard of honour welcoming all to the forecourt is hardly inspiring. The site levels, the impact on tree T2 to the west of Plot 1, the extremely tight bend with no tracking space for larger vehicles accessing the forecourt and turning, confirm that, at the least, this is a proposal for overdevelopment. Ill thought out, and it should be ill received. To accommodate tree root protection area, to effect a terrace of housing at an appropriate ground level, to ensure safe and practical shared pedestrian and vehicle access, there needs to be 2 less dwellings, or, in the eyes of GAG and others, none. Assuming some, then even the essential omission of numbers 1 and 8 may address only 2 of the concerns. So, the scheme strips away this environmentally green space, this asset of community value. It provides no economic or social benefit, neither now or long term, to either area or community, and the scheme does not protect or enhance the natural built and historic environment. Instead, we are presented with a hard-scaped mass, accommodating an overdevelopment, offering nothing positive towards acceptability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Mr. Hall? Any questions? Well, thank you very much. Very succinct. Thank you. We now have Sandra Balkan, is that the correct pronunciation, for the Bowls Club representative for the application. Thank you. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Gulliver's Bowls Club. My name is Sandra Balchin. I'm chairman of the Executive Committee and I'm on the Board of Directors. In the context of this planning application, I cannot stress the dreadful impact on Gulliver's Bowls Club should we fail in this application. Court Developments, a local company, can make this work for us. court developments have demonstrated they care about the future of the club and want to build something to be proud of in the centre of Bexhill. I can assure you this is not just a money-making scheme. The proposed Muse cottages will provide the funds to redevelop our bowls club. It will provide us with facilities that we can be proud of, proper changing rooms and toilet facilities, rather than one toilet for the ladies and one toilet for the men, or the use of the toilet that's outside in the shed. We will also have toilet facilities for the disabled and a lift so that disabled members can use the indoor rink. A wonderful new clubhouse which will be available for the local community and different community groups. I can understand why no one in the area wanted 39 flats being built on the Knoll Road frontage, blocking the light and spoiling the view for the 82 flats, one of which I used to live in and own. So why would there be objections to building 8 pretty Muse cottages using this back piece of wasteland, an area that has not been used for over 20 years? You will still have the view of the wonderful bowling green, plus retain the sports facility for the local community, said to be the best bowling green in Sussex. We are a totally self-funding bowls club with around 100 members. The cost alone to maintain our outdoor green is £11,000 plus per year. Plus, with the rise in energy costs and our poor insulation, our income does not cover this. Please bear in mind that if this application is not approved today, we will not be applying again. So what is the alternative? The alternative is, in as little as 18 months to 2 years, when the leaks in the roof over our indoor rink get worse, and our bowling carpet is destroyed, and the repairs are so bad and desperate that no one can keep the club going, when the membership of volunteers is declining, and may I add, these are all old age pensioners that pick up their mops and their buckets to do the cleaning. We can no longer afford the £100 a week that we used to pay at the cleaning company. We will be forced to close. Everything will become derelict. The site will be boarded up just like the Grand Hotel in Sackville Road, a complete eyesore for decades. There will be no asset for the community, no green space for people to fight for. I suppose at some point a developer will come along and eventually buy the whole site. People say, what a shame, it used to be so lovely walking past watching the bowlers. No more will the carers from the 2 nearby nursing homes will be able to wheel their residents around on a sunny Sunday afternoon to sit and have a cup of tea with our members and watch the game in the sun. People will say, if only we had known this would happen, but it will all be too late then. It will be such a shame when it's gone. The objectors to this proposal have no idea what they are wishing for. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have a question for you from Councillor Mary Barnes.
Hello. Yes, thank you for that. But I'd just like to ask you, what efforts have you made to increase your membership and also improve your fundraising?
Yes, very good question. We have a notice on both sides of our gate, which is always on display, advertising the fact that we give free lessons and inviting new members to come along. As you can appreciate, bowls is probably not something that we can offer to everyone at the moment because we don't have those facilities. For example, a disabled person. We don't have the facilities to invite young people to join us because of the reflection, as I've just said, on the toilet facilities. Now, it has been suggested in the past that we run tombolas. Now, a tombola is very nice if it's for the church hall, but you would have to raise £100 a week for the next 50 years on a tombola to raise the money that we need for this development. So fundraising is not very practical. We have applied for government grants, lottery grants, etc., over the years, well before I came on board as a director. So we have done a lot. But we need an awful lot of money to repair our clubhouse.
Thank you. No, you can do it.
Yes, that's fine, but you only have 100 members. And even if you have these brand new facilities, you've got to be able to afford to keep them going. surely you need more than 100 members in order to have a viable club.
Yes, we do. We would like more than 100 members, and our aim, should we be lucky in this application, our aim would be to be able to have a lot of advertising with the facility. I mean, we just do not have the facility at the moment to encourage more members.
I really appreciate the question and answer, but it's not a material planning consideration. And I said I wasn't going to entertain them, and I'm not. Sorry, Mary. It's not a material consideration. And I'm really going to try and streamline. I've checked with our development manager.
Well, I'm sorry, I differ, because the sustainability of a recreation facility...
No, we're talking about the specific questions of how many members there are. Okay. So I've always checked these things first. Yes, Councillor Harmer.
Thank you, Sandra. It's always difficult doing a bit of public speaking, I know. So just to clarify that I was going to ask about a question of sustainability. So going forward, you're very confident that if this application was accepted, that you could increase and improve and be sustainable?
Well, we are, and there are two other points that I could have raised then, but I didn't. For example, in the evenings, the Golf Bowls Club at the moment has nothing going on in it because we don't have the facilities. I've already been approached by two different organisations for example, a bridge club and a chess club. Now, with new facilities, being able to, the inside of the clubhouse will be slightly divided because it'll be much bigger. So you'll still be able to people coming in to use the toilets.
If I could just interrupt you, the question was one of sustainability.
Well, that will be the sustainability.
Not the alternative uses.
Well, the sustainability will be insofar as we will have an amenity which gives us access to rent the premises out to different clubs. Okay. So that will be sustainability.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Prochak.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting and useful for us. I couldn't pick it out from the report, but it's talking about scrubland, the area at the back. I just wondered why that was scrubland.
Okay. We have some lovely photographs in our club which go back to the early 60s, which show gentlemen arrived in their three-piece suits with their Rolls Royces and their Rovers and their lovely cars. And these gentlemen decided that they needed a green for the ladies to play on, because obviously ladies couldn't possibly play with men on one green, could they? So they developed this, what we now call our back green, for the ladies. As time has gone on, of course, I don't know when, but probably late 60s, early 70s, they found there was no use for that. So that was just abandoned. And now everybody plays on what we call the green. So this piece of land was an old disused green many years ago, and it's only mowed by our members, mostly my husband and different people, take a lawnmower and keep it looking tidy, and that's what it's there for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I just congratulate you on your green? It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Was it Councillor? Did you ask? No, you didn't. Councillor Meir.
Good morning. You're obviously personally and everybody concerned with Gulliver's is personally committed to the future of the club, and I accept that completely. But what I ask is, if we were to grant permission today, is there any enforceable legal guarantee that the bowling club part of this
Can I
ground...
stop you on that one, Councillor Meir? That's a question for either the legal representative or the development manager, but I'm sure they will answer that question when they come around. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Other questions for Mrs. Wilson? Other questions? Thank you. One more question. Councillor Lang.
Sorry, just can I quickly ask, thank you for your presentation. Can I just quickly ask, have you considered, I did see in the report that it mentions the community ownership fund that's available in spring 2022. Can I just ask whether you've actually applied for that?
I believe the board before before, the one before I was present on, I think they applied for it and didn't receive any funding at all.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for that presentation. Very much appreciated. We have, for the application, Johnny Pickup as well. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Johnny Pickup, and I'm a planning consultant acting on behalf of the applicant, Court Developments. This application seeks to make an efficient use of an allocated site by allocating 8 two-bedroom used cottages, which would make a valuable contribution to the critical housing and supply shortfall in Rother District. The scheme also includes the replacement of the Bowls Clubhouse, as well as the extensive refurbishment of the adjacent indoor bowls rink building. As we've just been hearing, the Bowls Club are in dire need of these all-important regeneration works in order to remain a viable entity. The applicant undertook an extensive 6-month pre-application consultation process with the planning authority prior to submitting the application. This confirmed that despite taking a different approach to the site allocation within the DASA, that the proposal would still be acceptable in principle, with the council promoting the efficient use of urban sites with sensitively designed housing development, with this scheme having the added benefit of providing much-needed investment in the Bowls Club buildings. A key consideration during the pre-app and planning application consultation has been the proposed design and site layout arrangements. The housing scheme was refined during the pre-app stage to provide a Muse-style courtyard development, taking positive visual cues from the surrounding area, both in terms of architectural features incorporated and the materials used. The design and appearance of the Bowls Club buildings was amended during the application, following correspondence with the Council Design and Conservation Officer, who now supports the scheme in full. There will be sufficient separation distances between the proposed dwellings and the site boundaries to the north, east and west, ensuring that the proposed dwellings would not be overly dominant or overbearing upon neighbouring dwellings, nor would the scheme result in any harmful sense of enclosure or overlooking. All existing trees would be retained, with the existing vegetation being enhanced by new landscape planting, creating a natural buffer between the site and surrounding area. The proposed use would not generate any harmful noise or disturbance, such to cause demonstrable harm to neighbouring community. The Highway Authority have no objection, subject to conditions, with the proposal meeting the car parking standards, with suitable access and circulation being provided for both the dwellings and the Bowls Club. There will be suitable refuse and recycling and storage and collection arrangements, and the provision of bike sheds and electric car charging points would be secured by conditions. There is no objection from the Flood Authority in relation to the proposed surface water and foul water discharge arrangements, and no objection was received from the county ecologist, with no protected species being harmed by the proposal. The creation of biodiversity net gain would be demonstrated by an ecological design strategy, which would be submitted for the council approval as part of the pre-commencement planning condition. While there is a lengthy and fairly complex planning history to the site, the previously approved scheme did confirm that the site could accommodate a significantly larger scheme in terms of scale, bulk and mass, comprising 39 sheltered accommodation units. While this historic approval was eventually quashed following judicial review, this was not for any development control reasons and thus should not directly impact any future decisions on the site. Indeed, the site was then allocated for a similar scheme of 39 sheltered accommodation units in 2019 in any case, with the planning authority who's subsequently confirming that the alternative approach currently proposed would also be acceptable. As this scheme comprises only 8 Muse cottages, it is undoubtedly a lower impact scheme than the previously proposed 4-storey 39-unit scheme. While the site comprises an asset community value, the previous 2014 decision concluded that the loss of one Bowls Green would be outweighed by the improvement of the remaining Bowls Club buildings. As the rear Bowls Green remains unused, as it has been for 20 years, there is no reason for this conclusion to have changed. Overall, the proposal would create a valuable contribution to the critical housing and supply shortfall in the district in a form that would be suitable for a range of occupiers, including wheelchair users. Crucially, it would also ensure that the Bowls Club facilities are rejuvenated to ensure that it remains a trading entity in the long term. The proposed scheme offers a best of both worlds outcome. The site allocation is developed, but with a low impact scheme, so as not to be a detriment to neighbours and surrounding properties. Meanwhile, the future of the Bowls Club is secured in the long term. As such, the scheme comprises sustainable developments, and as there will be no demonstrable harm that would outweigh the benefits, this application should be approved. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have some questions, Mr. Pickup? Any questions? Yes, Councillor Mayor first, and then Councillor Tempe.
Good morning. Yes, a previous speaker raised a question about the levels of the new proposed housing. Can you tell us whether these will be at the same level as the existing bowling green or disused bowling green at the back? Will they be higher? Will the base be higher or lower? Can you clarify what the earlier speaker said about levels, please?
Sure. I mean, I don't have the topographical survey in front of me. I mean, all I can say is that the layout and the levels and the tree protection plan, etc., has been accepted by the council as submitted.
Did you just want to make a point there quickly on that? Maybe if I just make a quick point on that, that if we want more details of levels, we can add that. If you remind it to grant, it can be added as a condition to require details to be submitted prior to above ground works.
Councillor Temby.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, thank you. In the conditions that the report states, the new estate roads shall be designed and constructed to a standard approved by planning authority with a view to their subsequent adoption as a public maintained highway. Is the developer going to ensure that the maintenance and upkeep of that road is going to happen until it's adopted? I beg your pardon? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, because I think probably residents and interested parties would want to know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Pickard? No, well, thank you very much. Thank you. And so now I'm going to ask the... You're right, John. And so now I'm going to ask the ward members to speak, and I'm going to ask Councillor Byrne, who's not on the committee, first, and then Councillor Tempe. You can speak from there if you want to. All right.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'll have my spot in the limelight. The reason I'm speaking is, as a ward councillor, I was aware, and have been aware for a long while, there's been considerable feeling on both sides of this argument to develop or not to develop, and whether the club will continue or not continue, and also the issue of if it were not to continue, what would the condition of the ground be? So having heard all those, and very conscious of the fact that I need to represent all of my board, not one faction or the other, I exercised the call-in procedure to make sure that this application was not going to be determined purely by officers. So I really have nothing to add to the argument. I think the arguments have been well put. As ever with this committee, I hope both sides feel they've had adequate chance to put forward their various arguments. So I'm, as I say, as a ward councillor, I'm very happy to represent the whole of the ward, and will offer any support and any guidance that's necessary from councillors, depending which way this application goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone want to ask any questions of Councillor Byrne? No? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'll ask Councillor Tempe to speak now as the first.
Yes, hello. I'm the other ward councillor for Sackville Ward, and I can't really add anything up to what my colleague has said because I'm well aware of the pros and the cons of this particular application, and as such have kept a very open mind, and I really look forward to the debate that will happen in this planning committee, and be assured that I have no predetermined thoughts on this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I'm going to ask now, do either of you have a preference? Councillor Madeley to speak first, and then Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to preface my presentation by saying that, despite feelings to the contrary, I and my colleagues of Gulliver's Action Group have never been against the bowlers or the bowling club. Living in Bexhill, there is no doubt that we are inheritors of gifts from the past. Our sense of place and pride in our community is enhanced by the vision of the Earl Delaware, who planned the eastern part of our seaside town. Rather than building at high density for the greatest profit, he planned for light and space. Part of that vision was to retain an amenity space, the current Gulliver's Bowling Club, for residents to enjoy. This space is similar in purpose and size to the famous London squares and derives from a similar vision, that buildings' settings are crucial to the well-being of the people who live in them. It is this critical point that has caused the Victorian Society to object to the proposal in front of you today. Previous generations of decision makers in Bexhill have recognised the importance of green space and fought hard to preserve this unique square at the heart of East Bexhill. They focused on long-term thinking and the consequences of their own actions beyond their own lifetimes. In doing so, they have passed a very significant asset onto us. We now face a decision that, once made, cannot be reversed. Building 8 homes, their access road will leave only a quarter of the site free from hard landscaping, in contrast to 91% of the site currently. Once a precedent has been created to allow development, there will be no going back. It is likely that the whole site will be lost to bricks, concrete and tarmac. On this issue, we will be the first decision makers to have applied short-term thinking to this registered asset of community value. We will be failing to truly respect and honour the generations to come by ignoring the value of Bexhill's only historic Victorian square. So please consider how this decision will be judged, not just by those fortunate enough to live in the here and now, but by future generations. How will they judge us? Will we be leaving a legacy of which they can also be proud and benefits them, or will we disappoint them? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think what I'll do is I'll ask Councillor Gray to speak, and then if anyone has questions of either of you, they can ask at that point.
Thank you, Chair. There is absolutely no doubt that this is Gulliver's very last chance. If this does not go through, Gulliver's will not survive, I don't think, even beyond the end of this year. The heating costs are astronomical as they are. The clubhouse has no insulation, and as we all know, heating costs are going up considerably. I would doubt very much whether it would still be here by this time next year if this doesn't go through. Gulliver's has always been the only bowls club that is entirely self-financing. It's not been subsidised by the council or have any other grants. It's done amazingly well to survive as long as it does. It's so important to the history of the town. The back green has not been used, as you know, for over 20 years. It's just an overground space. But this plan allows us still to keep the wonderful bowling green in the front. It gives it a future. Gulliver's is so important to the history of this town. If this doesn't go through, it will reach the same fate as Gulliver's in Sidley, where Charles Gulliver donated the land there for the football and the cricket, which hasn't been used for many years and is likely to be developed. I fear that the same fate will happen to Gulliver's. It opened in April 1952, so this is its Jubilee year, and I really hope it's not its last. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for either of the members? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. A question for Councillor Madeley, if I may. Could you tell me could you share with us, rather, the evidence that you have to support your contention that the whole ground will eventually be concreted over?
It's the beginning of the end. If it doesn't work on this occasion, which it's quite likely not to, then it's a sitting duck for the rest of it to be developed. It's the thin end of the wedge, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Councillor Barnes.
Yes, I think I have a question for both. My question to Councillor Madeley, I'd look at the analogy with the London Square, but a London Square is a green in the centre of houses facing it. This has been developed with houses facing out and gardens behind. So is your analogy really correct? And how did the Victorian Society reach that view? That's my question to Councillor Madeley.
Yes, I take your point that in London Squares, the front, it's the rear it doesn't show, and the frontages are onto a main road usually, and then the green square. But effectively, I think, that was the original idea and intention, and I don't think that's been misrepresented. I think that's really what Earl Delaware wanted to do and has done. The only difference is there isn't a road between, but there is a garden instead. There's still the aspect of the square is sitting there. Thank you.
Who's got another question?
I think my other question is probably for Final Role.
Right, okay, thanks. Councillor Pritchett.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Madeley. I really do appreciate where you're coming from in terms of years and years and years of campaigning on this site, the cost and the effort that's gone into that. But I think the time has come really when the battle was lost, when Rother put this site into the DASA. That's when the battle was lost. Today is a different scenario, but it could have 39 units on it. That was what was put in the DASA. Don't know how it happened, but I think the battle was lost then.
Thank you very much. If nobody has any further questions, Councillor Mary Barnes.
I'd just like to come back on something that Miles said, which was that it was given approval in 2014, but that previous decision was quashed by judicial review. Am I supposed to be asking them questions?
Yeah, we're going to ask questions.
Is that still open? Sorry.
It's still open, and once members finish asking questions,
right.
then they have to go.
In that case, can I just say to Councillor Madeley that I was looking at the whole history online and saw that back in the 19th century, it was a croquet lawn and well used. My question to the lady who was talking about what they'd done to try and make it all work was really based on why can't they just pick up the whole thing and find a sponsor who will take the whole thing on? Has that been considered?
I don't think there's a question that I can answer. I think that's a Gulliver's Bowls Club member to answer, to be fair. Lots of attempts have been made to do and to help them over the years, but not from a point of picking the whole thing up and finding a sponsor for the whole.
Well, in that case, can I then talk to Councillor Gray about this? Because it does seem to me that the idea of just running a tombola a week is not going to cut much mustard in running this club. It's going to need serious amounts of fundraising. I'm very alarmed, really, because coming from the rural area, where all things, sort of listed and beautiful, we make all sorts of efforts to keep. And this, I think, is something that I would have liked to have seen more effort going into the actual way of keeping it. It seems to me a declaration of despair.
Is there a question in here?
The question is, what else has happened in order to, what other decisions, what other negotiations, whatever, apart from building, have you been undertaking to keep the bowling club going? Because I really would like to know.
Firstly, could I say that I am not a member of Gulliver's Bowls Club? It's my husband who's the member and my brother-in-law.
So she can't answer the question.
But I can assure you they've seen this coming for many years and they've done their utmost to keep it going.
Fine.
Just one point. There was a previous decision quashed, but it came back and was granted planning permission. It does in the officer's report.
That's the fact. So there we go. Are there any other questions for Councillor Gray or Madeley? No? All right. Well, if you don't mind departing, and we'll ask you to come back at the appropriate time. Thank you. Okay, so let's take a little while to go through that, the speaker process. Councillor Barnes, would you like to start the discussion?
I have a question really for Miles, which he may not be able to answer. Since he's a relatively recent appointment. But I would like to know whether the process when the DASA allocation was made, whether there was a full debate and people made objections at that stage. Can anybody clarify that, if not immediately, sometime in the course of this meeting?
That's really a planning policy question, and Jeff Pyra will be attending later in this committee meeting. What I can say is it may well have been influenced by the previous planning approval in 2014, if you look at the wording of BEX5, but it would have been subject to the full scrutiny of the local plan process, right up to adoption.
Yeah, I think the bottom line is it's an allocated site, and for those houses, so we have to work on that from that basis. Yes.
Several of the opponents of the development have talked about the loss of a green open space in the centre of Bexhill. Well, I would certainly deplore that as much as anybody, but that is not the reality. A very attractive bowling green is going to remain. And quite honestly, if I lived in one of those Grade 2 listed houses in South Terrace facing onto the development, I think I could welcome it, because I think it's going to amount to a considerable tidying up. There were some real eyesores. There were some real eyesores on that site, not least the indoor bowling ring, which reminded me very much of a sort of prefabricated wartime structure, an airport hangar, a hideous building which is going to be remodelled and reclad if the development goes through. The residents of South Terrace are going to look on what I think will be fairly attractive Mews flats. They're going to look on an enhanced, attractive building like a cricket pavilion and a vastly improved indoor space, I hope. There will not be the scruffy grass behind there is at the moment. There will not be that ugly, disfiguring fence across. I think there will be, on balance, an improvement in the view of the local residents.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Ganley.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a little confused about paragraphs 4.2 and 4.3. Perhaps the development manager can explain. Both refer to the same application. 4.3 says the previous decision was quashed by judicial review, and I'm assuming that's the 2006 decision that was quashed. Am I correct?
No, I would have thought it may be a bit like... My feeling is the previous decision quashed by judicial review. I think that may have been similar to Curlew Cottage, where it's come back for redetermination.
But so you're saying that it was the 2014 stroke 235 application that was quashed by judicial review?
Well, looking at the times between 2006 and 2014, it can only be that explanation.
Yes, except why would you same application in two separate paragraphs. One saying it was approved, the other saying of a previous decision.
Well, it would have been a previous decision, subject to challenge. It was quashed and it's come back for
I think it's an interesting point, but it's sort of not really relevant to the its application itself. There is a, you call it an extent permission, if you like, for the 39 units. Ultimately,
there is a permission.
There an extent permission.
Well, it's elapsed.
Elapsed
Permission.
So,
which was not quashed.
Well, it sounds like
there is a lapse permission for 39 units.
I mean, think Curlew Cottage. It's the same principle has happened. It seems to me there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Barnes.
Yes, I wish there was a little more clarity about the planning history. But at the end of the day, I think we have to take a decision on what we have. Yeah. And on balance, I think this has got to be better for Bexhill than the alternative. The alternative, it seems to me, is that the Bowls Club will collapse. Nobody seems willing to step in to take over this land and maintain it as green open space. We now have a town council, but they've not exercised any power to regard this as an asset. And we are, in a sense, committed by the DASA. The DASA has gone through the full planning process. Everybody had a chance to object. I don't know whether they did. And Mars obviously can't confirm whether or not they did. And the DASA went to the inspector, and there would have been a full hearing at that point. In other words, the past has been sold in terms of the principle of development. What I would like to ask Miles, although I think I'm going to vote for this and give it approval, but I would like to know whether there is some way in which we can safeguard the remainder of the site so that it remains a bowls club or something similar rather than itself becomes prey to the developer.
Well, you have BX5 and it is quite clear improving the facility. Going beyond that, there is policies protecting community facilities. So they'd have to prove marketing, lack of viability over a significant period of time. I think it's a minimum of 12 months. So it wouldn't say it's an absolute safeguard, but it is fairly stringent that you'd have to prove there really is no further demand to retain a community facility there.
Councillor Mear and then Councillor Harmer.
I think that Mr. Joyce has just really answered my question, which was as to the future, what guarantees have we got that supposing the Bowls Club fails, that this will be retained as an open space or for community use of some sort? And I think the answer is, well, we'll just have to wait and see. You've said what guarantees there are. So I think we have to approach it perhaps this morning on the basis we are just deciding the application in front of us, but we cannot decide it on the basis that this is forever going to protect that green space.
And no, it must always be what is in front of you.
It must always be what is in front of us. And just to follow up on what Councillor John Barnes said, I think it's a terrible shame that this wasn't brought into public ownership donkeys years ago, even going back 100 years or more. It is such a shame that this is not in public ownership and under the control of the District Council or now the Town Council. But we are where we are.
Thank you, Councillor Harmer and then Ganley.
I came in today completely without thinking which way I was going to feel about it. It's probably one of the most difficult days of planning we've ever had. And I'm definitely all for saving green space, big time. But my concern is if this doesn't happen, we will lose the green space we've got. We have to be careful what we wish for, because we know that 39 flats were proposed previously. I do know this is a lovely little club with dedicated volunteers that, like you say, do everything from bucket under a leak to fixing the plumbing, you name it. So I think I would have to support this application to preserve what we do have and enhance it. And I think everyone involved in this room, it'd be nice to look forward and to give support going forward to this little club. Keep an eye on it, because we don't want to lose any more amenities like this in our town. Thank you.
Councillor Ganley.
Thank you, Chairman. Environmental health says in paragraph 8.10.4 that if an asbestos survey of the building has not been conducted, it would be prudent to require one. If this planning committee is minded to approve the application, I would ask that that condition, whilst it may be handled perhaps under condition 11, but I think perhaps it would be prudent, in the words of environmental health, to have a separate condition requiring an asbestos survey.
It's actually not a matter for planning. It would be more building control, health and safety executive, so it could be an informative.
Right.
And I think it is quite, the developer's quite clear, the applicant is quite clear on this point.
Okay. Sorry.
Councillor Project.
Notwithstanding what's already been said about we must vote on what's in front of us, just maybe we can look at it in terms of the new local plan, in terms of protecting this as a community asset.
Thank you. Agreed. We should pass that through to the policy group. There's a question on whether whether there could be some control or extra control in terms of restricting permitted development rights. Do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, we can add conditions. As there was a question earlier about levels, or a concern about levels. Again, further details can be part of an additional condition. Can be a condition to remove permitted development rights, I think, for the houses, so it's controlled if there's any proposed extension to those properties. And I think there was another one of the concerns wasn't voiced today, but it was one of the objections about EV, electric charging points. Again, it's something that could be conditioned. So that's for perhaps members to have a think about if they want to add conditions.
Councillor Barnes.
I'm just wondering too, and again, I look to Miles for guidance on this. Is there a way of making sure that these houses are in some sense conserved from the beginning, so that we don't get a redevelopment at a later stage at a greater density, the kind of density which is in the DASA? Because having approved a small development deliberately because of the buildings around, can we then safeguard that area as part of a conservation area?
No, but you can give greater controls onto this application through those conditions as suggested. I think looking at the site as a whole, it's hard to see how that could be increased in terms of density and remain acceptable. But that's it could, yes. So what I would say is that if a fresh scheme came in of greater density, it'd have to be considered on its own merit. But like everything, it's that would be how it's appraised, the relevant policies and other material planning considerations. Sorry,
Councillor Langlands.
Miles, can I just ask for some clarity on BEX 5 on the DASA? Because I'm looking at it and it shows the rear of the site as the bowling green and green space and the front as housing. So how are we positioned if we put housing on the rear of the site and not to the front? It does sort of bother me just a bit that it doesn't show housing at the back of.
Well, this was the 2014 scheme. This is a 2014 scheme, and it does show housing to the front. It must be, it also isn't 39 units. I mean, but you're looking at overall, it's allocated for a mixed use of housing and an improved
No, it's not
facility.
that. My issue is, if we agree building at the back, we're actually going against the DASA.
Well, this...
Are we legally going against the DASA?
No, we're not.
Thank you. The other thing is, if I may say so, I've listened really long and hard today, and I did know I was going to struggle with this. But for me, we don't have much green space in Bexhill. This was given to us by El Delaware and as a lung in the eastern part of the town. And it is, so, and I feel today all we have done is discuss finances. I'm sorry, but I feel it's been as basic as that. If we don't do this, nothing will survive, and therefore it will just go into more housing. And I just think we've got to take out the financial implications of not agreeing this site. And we need to get back to looking at this site as a very, very valuable green space. If it was it's my AOMB. It is my AOMB. And if somebody takes that away, then I'm going to fight every bit of fight I can to keep it, because it's so, so valuable to Bexhill. And I think, okay, I don't know how hard the Bowls Club have worked, and I am sure from listening today they have worked hard. But I've seen grants, this community grant, this grant that's out there that's recent. There are ways and means now that the government are trying to preserve these spaces. And I think that needs to be explored, I think, before we take away something that's incredibly valuable to Bexhill. And I've got to say, I may be standing alone here, but I just want to preserve that area. I want the Bowls Club to remain. I think it's wonderful. It was just so pleasant being there. But I think we need to look at the fact that this space is going to be developed. It will be difficult. I'm looking at the plans and I'm thinking, I mean, to me, it's squashed in there. I don't like the entrance to it. I don't think... what about the visitors parking up the driveway? Is that for the houses? Is it for the Bowls Club to overspill when they have a tournament? I don't know. I just don't like it very much, and I want to preserve my green space in Bexhill. So that's my personal view.
Right. If I could just say something before you do, John, I think and I'm very sympathetic towards what you just said. I think preserving every piece of green space is, where we can, we can. The position as a committee we find ourselves in is this is an allocated site, and you know the implications of that from other applications we dealt with. I would be very happy to place a bet on if this was refused of it failing at our refusal failing at appeal. It's a modest, very modest scheme relative to what's in the DASA. It's pretty well thought through. The building, the proposed houses are sympathetic to what's behind it. So I think it is very hard to make these decisions, as we all know. But we are hidebound by the allocation of a site. And we have seen situations where we have gone against the allocation of the site and found ourselves in some degree of trouble. There are situations where you can perhaps go against an allocated site depending on what's being proposed. If there's more houses proposed, the density is greater, all sorts of things. It needs to come back with improvements. But an allocation is the first hurdle, and it's a pretty high hurdle. So I think it's important as a committee to recognise that too. But I think also there are some useful things that are coming out of the discussion in terms of how do you protect that. I would not like to see any of those houses modified in the future, because I think the design of them has been done really well to pick up the features of the buildings behind. Even the clubhouse is attempting to do that. And currently the asbestos building is an eyesore. And to do anything to that is an improvement, really. Mr. Barnes.
Yes, I think it's possibly better for somebody outside Bexhill to take the onus of making a proposal. I want to propose that we do accept this development, but that we attach to it every condition that we can to safeguard the bowling club as green space, to secure that the necessary improvements are made to the clubhouse and to the bowling rink, the inner bowling rink, and to safeguard the character of the estate that is developed, because it has been developed under very stringent requirements to respect the surrounding area. And I think we need to take steps as far as we can to safeguard its character in the long term.
Would you be happy to have those conditions delegated? You could have a look at them before they went out. Yeah.
So I'm sure it's for planning officers to work out how to deliver those objectives. But I think the committee needs to be very clear that it is our objective to try and safeguard the longer term character of the area.
Chair, I'm happy to second that. Are we including EV charging points?
We've got Councillor Meir and then Councillor.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, and as to conditions, the part about the levels for officers to be satisfied as to the levels, please.
And Councillor Tempe.
Yeah, going back to EV charging points, it's already in the report. It's already mentioned that they're going to have parking spaces and EV charging.
And could the officers consider the permitted development rights as well?
Yes.
Yes. Removing of those, particularly in relation to the houses at the back. I think it's important to retain that character and not to lose that. So we have a proposer and a seconder, and the proposal has also agreed to delegate the whole range of conditions, which you can have a look at. I'm sure before that decision notice is issued. I'm going to ask for all those. So the proposal is to approve this application. Could I ask for a show of hands who would like to approve it? 8. Those against? We have 2. 3. We have 3 against. So the application is approved. And I'd just like to thank the public gallery, those who were here for this particular application, for being as quiet as you have been. It makes a really big difference to the committee, and I know that this won't satisfy probably half the people that are there. I'm not sure how it's split, but I think there is probably no other outcome for this application because of the allocation of the site. Thank you very much. And I wonder if we have do you think we should have a break? Just a quick break? Yeah, I think so. I think we might have a 10-minute break. A 10-minute break. So we'll adjourn for 10 minutes till just approximately 7 past. Thank you very much. This is a recommencement of the Planning Committee of the 14th of April, and we're recommencing now for item 8, which is 23 Western Road, Bexhill, application RR 2021/2614/P. Over to the Development Manager.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. As I said, it's a proposed replacement of windows and entrance door at 23A Western Road. This is the site location plan on the south side of Western Road. The property is a mid-terrace, late Victorian, early Edwardian building built over 3 floors. The ground floor, the windows appear to be original and display a distinct Edwardian style. The site lies within the Bexhill Town Centre Conservation Area. The proposal involves replacement of existing timber sash windows on the northern front elevation of the building at first and second floor levels with UPVC and replacement of the residential access front door. There was one comment received from Bexhill Heritage objecting to the application due to harm caused to the conservation area. The only issue for consideration is whether the proposed provides a sustainable solution that minimises potential environmental impacts whilst ensuring the character and appearance of the Bexhill Town Centre conservation area is preserved and enhanced. In conclusion, the property does not preserve or enhance the character of the conservation area, contrary to local and national policies, and accordingly is recommended for refusal.
Good. Thank you very much. We have two ward members to speak. I don't know whether Councillor Bayliss or Councillor Cortell. Let's have Councillor Cortell first, as he's in the room, and then we'll go to Councillor Bayliss. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As Miles says, there appear to be two fundamental material issues: the impact of this application on the Edwardian setting and the environmental impact. The case officer correctly recognises that the installation of these windows would consume less energy. This would reduce household bills for the residents at a time when they're facing the highest rate of inflation for 30 years and rising. While this might not be a material consideration in planning terms, the positive impact in reducing the household's carbon footprint is a material planning issue. However, the case officer points out that UPVC has an average lifespan of around 30 years, compared to a timber frame window that lasts at least 100 years. He then argues that this is wasteful in terms of carbon footprint. What he might have overlooked is that UPVC is maintenance-free during its lifespan. It's also recyclable, and a wooden frame needs to be maintained every 2 to 3 years. This requires scaffolding to be erected, which, repeated over the span of the conservation area with numerous areas of scaffolding, has a serious and ongoing negative appearance on the conservation area as a whole. And I think these three additional material considerations might, between them, tilt the planning balance in favour of acceptance as opposed to refusal. The officer states that Bexhill Heritage objects to the application. Bexhill Heritage takes the view that their comment was neutral. They merely suggested minor improvements. They add that they did not suggest that the applicant's choice of windows is of low quality, and I understand from Bexhill Heritage that they have circulated that additional view in an email to members of the Planning Committee. I further note that the Executive Committee of Bexhill Heritage recently passed a unanimous motion in which they supported the principle of UPVC windows in a conservation area. They propose the postponement of today's planning decision on the grounds that no discussion appears to have taken place between the case officer and the applicant's agent in which their suggested changes can be considered. It's also worth noting, and it appeared in the report, that there was a 3-year grant from English Heritage between 2002 and 2005 for replacing existing UPVC windows by timber. However, over 3 years, there was a zero take-up of this free money. And I think it's therefore hardly likely that landlords will now be willing to pay for a retrospective change in other properties to go back to timber. And I would remind you of a recent precedent at 43B Sackville Road in which this council's refusal to replace wooden frames by UPVC was overturned on appeal to the inspector, causing some cost to Rother Council. Would you like this decision to be overturned on appeal in the same way, causing some further pressure on this council's already tight revenue budget? In summary, there are some omissions from the officer's report that might affect the tilted balance of this application. UPVC window frames can be erected from recycled. Didn't realise my speaker gone off. I'll go through the summary again. There are some omissions from the officer's report that might affect the tilted balance of this application. UPVC is recyclable, as many of you know. The UPVC window frames can be erected from recycled plastic. It's maintenance-free during its lifespan. A wooden frame window would need to be maintained every 2 to 3 years, causing unsightly scaffolding to need to be erected. Bexhill Heritage supports the principle of UPVC windows in the conservation area. The 3-year grant for reverting to wooden frames had zero take-up. An appeal over a similar issue to this application was recently lost, incurring costs. And Bexhill Heritage claim that they are not objecting to this application.
Well, I think you've gone over those points, so can you sort of wrap it up a bit?
Yes, this is my last point. Just reminding you that they claim they're not objecting to this application and would like today's decision postponed for further discussion between the case officer and the applicant's agent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to Councillor Bayliss. I will just make one point before we go on to Councillor Bayliss. The issue here is the size of the plastic frame, I think. Is that am I correct?
It's a design issue.
It's a design of it. It's not, I don't think it's fundamentally about PVC windows. It's about the size of the frame. So just keep that in mind. Councillor Bayliss, thank you. Coming online.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And I would like to endorse all the points that Councillor Courtell have made. I would point to the appeal decision. I have circulated that appeal decision, I think, to members of the planning committee. And I think the points that the inspector raised are really key here, where he talks about the decision. This is in relation to case RR 2020-2350, where he talks about it being set amid a majority of UPVC windows, and that same situation arises in Western Road. The actual poor state of the original windows in Sackville Road actually detracted from the street scene, and so actually the installation of UPVC windows of the correct design, I would hasten to add, would have actually enhanced it. And the inspector also raised that double glazing UPVC is actually energy efficient. And as Councillor Courtell mentioned, all the reasons why you would, over a period of 100 years, you can balance that off against the life cycle of UPVC windows. Councillor Field and I recently visited, actually this week, a plant in Crowhurst where they're using recycled UPVC windows in an energy efficient product. So the idea that UPVC windows ends up in landfill is incorrect. You will know, of course, that I think I spoke a couple of years ago about a case in Devonshire Square which was turned down on using very much the same arguments. I think now that we've had the appeal decision, we need to be very careful. And I would ask, not that this application is deferred, but actually that we grant it, but that we give licence to the planning officers to go back and seek the sort of uprated design that's requested. So, to cut my bit short, I support everything that Councillor Courtell has said. but I would go for approval subject to those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bayliss. Very much appreciate that, and I think that appeal decision is certainly an interesting one. So this is actually about the design of these windows, the thickness of the frames, and so forth. It's not necessarily about PVC in principle, I believe. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry. I'll just refer to paragraph 7.8 to 7.12, really, for the main body of the reason for refusal. Failure to preserve and enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area. So it is a heritage asset on balance. It could be approved, but yes, to go back and resubmit after conversations with the conservation officer, ideally through a pre-application request, would be the best way forward, in my view.
Yes, Councillor Project.
Yes, I would support that as a way forward, because clearly there's correspondence with Diane Russell, our conservation officer, and she picked up actually the fact that there wasn't an objection, and she was going to actually consult, it says, the case officer to do an update for the planning committee to correct the inaccuracies in paragraph 621. So that seems a way forward.
Yes. I thank you for my error earlier on that point.
John Barnes and Polly Gray.
Chairman, I think we've got to be very careful about that appeal decision. I reread it very carefully. He took great care to say he was not trying to set a precedent, but that he was, in the exceptional circumstances of that case, differing from our conservation officer. And I think it's important that appeal decision is not misrepresented. I'm also bound to say to Councillor Cortell that well-fitted timber windows do not require attention every 3 years. In my own rather less than well constructed windows, I'm bound to say I did not like the job the councillor did, but they've lasted for 28 years so far and required no attention. So I'm afraid Councillor Cortell is misleading you slightly. I frankly would not be in favour of approving. I might be in favour of deferring in order that further discussions can take place. But I think the design issues here are quite serious, and the material used is to some extent immaterial. It is the design issues here which would make me, I'm afraid, either go for deferral or refusal, but certainly not approval.
Point here, just to make the point on that precedent is a thing, but it's also something which is that you'd look at applications on a case-by-case basis. So Sackville Road can be mentioned, but it's nowhere in the near vicinity of 23 Western Road. Therefore, it has very limited weight, in my view.
Councillor Gray.
Oh, thank you. I'm more worried about the front door. The windows aren't quite so obvious, particularly the shops underneath, but the front door is right on the street level. And I think plastic front doors are truly ghastly.
Actually, everything's been said. I was going to say thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. The thoughts of that appeal decision, when I read it, it sounded like he agreed with the decision, but was going to make his own decision for whatever reason. So, Councillor Meir.
Well, I would just say, yes, Chairman, you're absolutely right. It's not just the material, it is the design, and particularly the vertical glazing bars. And as Councillor Gray says, the front door is truly wrong, and this should, at the very least, be deferred to a future occasion and not agreed today.
Well, I think they have the opportunity for another no-cost submission, so they could probably resolve the issue through that more effectively, I think. So I'm just going to, I think probably enough has been said. I don't know if either Councillor Bayliss or Cortell would just like to say a very brief end, because otherwise they'll run out of their time. Councillor Cortell, and then I'll...
just like to clarify one point that Councillor Barnes has made about the constant refurbishment of wooden windows, which is that I understand that today there's softer wood used so that the growing cycle can be reduced to about 20 years. That results in more frequent maintenance than possibly your home, which may have been built from harder wood, growing more slowly, which requires less maintenance.
Thank you very much. Point made. Councillor Bayliss, did you want to have a final word?
Yes, I would. I mean, I just draw the committee's attention to the fact when in the appeal letter he talks about the number of properties either side. You know, he talks about the 33B Sackville Road, which is literally just round the corner from this particular property. And he talked about it being a mid. If you visit Western Road and have a look at this particular property at Wobbly Rabbit, and then look up and down the street scene, you will see that there are very, very few wooden windows left in that street. So I would suggest that we would potentially lose a planning appeal. But I understand what the committee is talking about here.
Thank you very, very much, and for both of you attending today. Does somebody want to propose the recommendation here? No? Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Did anyone want to second it? Seconded by Councillor Mayor. Those in favour of approving the recommendation, please show of hands. Sorry? Oh, sorry, to refuse. My apologies. Well, that was recommendation. I'm approving the recommendation. Sorry. I am approving. Yes. You're approving the recommendation. So it just came out. It's a bit hard to explain that sometimes. The recommendation is for refusal. Who would like to support a refusal of the application? I think that's unanimous. Just to check, is there anyone against? That's good. So that is application is refused as per the recommendation. What I said was correct. It's just a little bit confusing. So the next one is application item 9, which is RR 2022 163P, Ness View 1, The Close Fairlight. Over to, and we have somebody speaking for this application as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. This was called in by Councillor Bird. It's proposed to remove the existing dormers and extensions, replace with 2 new continuous first floor dormers, single-story front and rear replacement extensions, proposed glaze infill and internal alterations for Ness View 1, The Close Fairlight. The key issues, let's look at it on the plan first. Sorry, getting ahead of myself slightly. It's on a corner site in Fairlight. It is a detached property. You can see here this is the existing roof plan. This here is a proposed roof plan. And you have the existing ground and first floor plans. And you'll see on the proposed extensions, especially at first floor, here on the right-hand side, first floor plans. And these are the existing proposed south and west plans. And you can see there's a selection of dormers of different sizes in the original one, and a simplification with a rather much larger dormer front and rear for the proposal. And you can see this on the proposed north and east elevations as well. Now this is a 3D visualization, and it's showing the existing mass, what will be removed, and what is going to be proposed in its stead. So you can see here is a simplification of design, but the mass is somewhat increased, and in terms of its uniformity, it's somewhat enhanced on what is there at the moment. The key issues are the impacts on neighbouring and nearby properties, and the character and appearance of the host property street scene on wider locality. It's our view that is considered to have an unacceptable impact on the character and appearance of the host dwelling and surrounding area, for virtues of the large box-like dormers, which would appear as unsympathetic, top-heavy additions, dominate both the front and rear roof slopes. As a result, the extended and altered building would appear as an incongruous and prominent feature within the street scene and the wider landscaping setting, and this would be contrary to policies OSS 4, RA3 and EN3 of the core strategy, and DHG 9 and DEN1 of the DASA, and officers recommend it, and permission should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miles. And we have the agent for the applicant, Duncan Baker-Brown. And thank you. If you'd like to come forward and just to remind you, turn the microphone on when you're speaking and off when you're not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you this morning. My name's Duncan Baker-Brown. I'm the architect for this application, number 1, The Close. My practice specialises in the renovation and low-carbon retrofit of all sorts of building types, including dwellings. We focus on retrofit because we're keen to demonstrate the huge potential that reuse and adaptation of the existing built environment has to dramatically reduce our carbon footprint. With over 45% of all carbon emissions in the UK generated by the construction sector, which also creates 60% of the UK's annual waste. That's 120 million tonnes of construction waste going to landfill incineration each year. And we also, the construction sector also consumes 50% of all raw materials mined and harvested annually. Reusing and adapting existing buildings rather than demolish them and building new makes a lot of sense. Retrofitting existing buildings is also a comparatively easy way to meet our collective commitment to be net zero carbon by 2030. No way. And that includes Rother District, who declared a climate and ecological emergency in 2019, along with 90% of all UK local authorities. Our ambition with number 1, The Close, is to transform the appearance of the existing property. Could we have the 3D image back, please? Yeah, the comparison. Thank you. Whilst undertaking a deep green retrofit that dramatically improves the levels of insulation to the currently visually busy and haphazard first floor with its 8 separate dormer windows, which actually present 6 different dormer window types nestled against each other, with the largest window that you can see on the rear end of elevation actually being a 2-storey extension, not a dormer window. That is the one that presents itself onto Hastings Country Park. The existing dormer windows create a huge amount of external envelope, disproportionately high. That means that this roof is bigger heat loss than normal. Approximately 45% of all the energy lost from this uninsulated building goes through that huge roof. Our strategy places a new super-insulated dormer windows to the front and rear elevations, crucially sitting within the form of the existing roof, which the others currently hemorrhage beyond. And therefore, our dormer window is visually subservient to the roof. The new dormers sit 500 mil down from the top of the existing ridge and 500 mil in from the gable ends, and crucially sit 400 millimetres back on the rear from the back line of the roof, which at the moment the existing massive dormer there sits 900 mil into the garden. This will, of course, present a far less imposing form onto the Hastings Country Park, as well as to our clients' neighbours, whether that is to the rear or to the side of the property. This strategy ensures that the original roof is the dominant form, which isn't the case at the moment, with the new dormers sitting within it, as opposed to the current hodgepodge of different dormers jumping out the front and rear elevations. This can be seen from the drawing that you're looking at. Materials will be reused from site whenever possible. Therefore, we expect to salvage roof tiles to use for the dormer windows, as well as the existing timber roof structure. We will be installing vertical hit-and-miss timber cladding below the new windows, using sweet chestnut from local woodlands. We have a 25-year record of doing this, by the way. These materials will be framed by pre-weathered standing seam zinc, a sort of goalpost form that sort of unifies all these windows into one, and a matching zinc dormer cheeks that will contain the dormer window and provide some calm contemporary architecture that now sits very well with the existing house and its roof. The flat roofs at first floor level will be green lightweight Swiss meadow roofs. Otherwise, materials matching existing will be matching existing, such as decorated render, and all new windows will be treble glazed aluminium with timber subframes. To summarise, we feel that we've gone to great lengths to comply with the spirit of paragraph 4.89 of the Development and Site Allocations Local Plan. We feel we've created an elegant, contemporary and generally low carbon design that looks great, that respects the existing dwelling and sits well in the street while respecting immediate neighbours and the stunning Hastings Country Park, whilst being climate resilient and low carbon as well. These points appear to be appreciated by others, as our planning application has attracted so far 5 letters of support, as well as the support of the local parish council. Our scheme presents a refined and composed architectural proposal that is much reduced in bulk from the existing situation. We don't agree with the officer on that. We believe it's measured and composed and creating a new form that is subservient to and sits within the existing roof form rather than bursting out beyond it.
Are you about to finish?
And I'm about to finish. And we do this while creating a beautiful home for our clients that has a massively reduced operational carbon footprint by 80%. Committee, we ask that you overrule the current recommendations this morning and support our application by granting it full planning approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Baker-Brown? Yes, Councillor Mear.
I think I know the answer, but in producing this particular proposal, have you been in discussion with other officers over the design aspects, please?
Yes, we have. So we had an original application that was withdrawn, and we've been in discussion with the planning department to get to this situation. The previous application had a first floor terrace, and that was, that wasn't liked, so we got rid of the first floor terrace. So basically, we've ended up with a scheme that is, as I say, completely within the form of the existing roof, not hemorrhaging backwards and forwards out of it. So in short, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Baker-Brown? Yes, Councillor Langlands.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. Just a quick one. Could you just clarify, you didn't mention green roof, but looking at your diagram there, is the one over that existing extension a green roof? Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Any other questions? Any other questions? Well, thank you very much appreciate that, and set out your position very clearly. Do we have Councillor Mear? So you'd like to kick this off as ward member?
Well, yes. On design issues, I'm always a little reluctant to go against officers, when these things have been seriously considered. But what I'm concerned about in this particular case is whether we're allowing the best to be the enemy of the good. This is a realistic proposal, presumably affordable to the householders, ecologically sound, and I would say that the appearance is actually improved on the existing. Those existing dormers are very bitty, very, very poor, and the overall appearance will be very much improved. Other buildings in the same close have been altered in a way which I would personally find rather less sympathetic, and those have been approved. This one, I think, could fit quite well and provide an improvement to that corner. It's not very visible from the country park. I tried to take photographs, and I couldn't really do anything which demonstrated it very much. It's largely concealed from the public view, and it's a private, quiet turning. But I don't think that it offends in any way, and it is a reasonable solution to the needs of the householders and to the future of the district.
Thank you, Councillor Mear. Do we have somebody else who'd like to make a commentary? Councillor Prochak.
Thank you. I've always been careful of design judgments, as we had one in Robertsbridge, which was a pedestrian little bungalow, and an architect came along and has made it into a very modern bungalow with design features like air source heat pumps. And the parish council thought it was out of keeping. It's now built and it's marvellous. It looks wonderful. The comment I wanted to make about this is when I looked at this property, and I hope the owners will forgive me, but I don't think we would have approved this if it had come in front of us as it is now with 6 dormers. It seems to be very incongruous in the street setting. The other thing I thought about it was that on the corner, it doesn't actually fit into a street scene. It's on the corner. So I don't think the street scene is quite so significant as the officers have reported. The other thought that I had is that if it was along the coast a bit, we'd have grabbed this and said yes, because we've got all those square buildings along at Pett that are now worth an awful lot more money now they've been redesigned. And I'd like to thank the speaker, because I'd sort of missed out on the green carbon reduction potential of this development. So I'll listen to what everybody else says.
Yes, Councillor Barnes.
It's a very difficult one, this, for me. I do appreciate very much 2 points that have already been made, so I won't dwell on them. Clearly, this is a very green proposal, and that's welcome. And I also don't think it will have much impact on the neighbours. Like Councillor Muir, I tried to get some sense of what it would look like from the Countryside Park and from the neighbours, and I don't think it will have a significant effect on the neighbours. So that inclines me to look sympathetic, and I'm bound to say the existing house seems to have been extended 4 times, each time with a rather different dormer, so you can't say that it is a great thing of beauty. On the other hand, I have to say, looking at the new design, whatever its green credentials, it is a very modern looking design at the moment, to judge from diagrams. I sympathise with Councillor Project's point that diagrams don't always give the full final impression. But I can't think of another building in the area that will look anything like this. So one would have to put enormous weight on the fact that it's not really part of the street, that it's on the corner. I really, on balance, I'm still, I have a feeling it's out of keeping with this area, although, frankly, I can imagine places where it would be acceptable. So it's a very, very difficult balance to draw. I'm inclined at this moment, I'm afraid, to go along with the officer, but somewhat reluctantly.
You don't have to be reluctant to go along with the officer. They spent a lot of hard work getting to the point of the report. Anyone else would like to make a comment on this? Yes, Councillor Lang.
Yes, I must admit it's very, very difficult when you're looking at drawings to try and get a sort of view of what it's going to look in the final sort of production of the building. But I've got to say, I think what we looked at the other day was nothing but messy, really, in terms of the different types of dormer, the different roof shapes and all sorts of things. And I think at the end of the day, I think we might be surprised at how this will look in the final analysis when it's finished. And I think it, as I say, I don't think it imposes on the landscape. I don't think it's a problem in terms of the streetscape. And I think, and another thing that I've got to say today is that we need developers like you that look at the environment as well when they're doing a job. I love the idea that you're reusing tiles. I like the idea that you've got quite a few environmental things in there. And whilst I appreciate we're looking at the design, I think we have to look at the purpose at the end of the day as well. And I think I'm quite happy and comfortable with this, as opposed to what I looked at on Tuesday. And I think I'm of a mind to think that it should be passed.
Anyone else? Any other comments?
So I do apologise. Thank you. I love your design.
Thank you.
Don't go overboard.
Yes, you can.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, but they had pre-application advice, and yet they still came back, and this is down for refusal. And the reason is that it's top-heavy, dominant, and unsympathetic. So I am now wondering whether during the process of the pre-application advice, was any advice given on how those three things could have been avoided?
No, I was looking at the previous scheme which was withdrawn, and there's unacceptable aspects which were removed. On balance, the officer's judgment is that it should be refused. I mean, and I use that word very carefully. It is a judgment call, and it's really for members, if they're persuaded that this is perhaps too much weight has been given to the bulkiness of this and perhaps a modernist design, which is perhaps looking at the officer's opinion, then perhaps they can look at and take a different view. I mean, ultimately, it's a balance. And is what's before you on balance acceptable? And that is what you need to decide for yourself. And if there was pre-applications, the very point is, and with former schemes, is to get to the point where there's an acceptable scheme. It doesn't always happen, but then, as you know, some things go to appeal, and they can be allowed, or the submission can come back and it can be approved, or indeed you can go off contrary to officer's opinion. That is for you to decide, but it is your judgment here.
Actually, I've got a question for the speaker. Can you tell us what you expect the SAP rating to be for this?
We're going to go down the route of, the SAP rating is going to be 85 plus.
85, A, B, C?
A. So we're in the world of A plus. So with this property, the majority of the external fabric is the roof. So if we can insulate the roof properly and get it down to below 0.1 in terms of U value, and we can use an air source heat pump here. I mean, there's no point using air source heat pumps until you've dealt with the fabric. We'll deal with the external walls as well, but they're small compared with the roof. So we're looking at getting sort of carbon emissions down to about 25 kilograms per metre squared per annum.
How much is that? How many tons per year is that? How many tons?
Off the top of my head, I haven't got that.
Okay.
But the figures that we're dealing with are the ones that the BRE and LETI and UK Green Building Council deal with. So it's way above building regulations, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That would be the last question, really, for you. My view, I'll give you my view on it. I think I absolutely support anything that improves or reduces carbon. No question about that. Absolutely. But I think what we're looking here is at design, because you can achieve the same carbon-saving results, if you like, through different designs. And to me, it just looks like an unfortunate second story built on top of an existing building. And looking at it and looking at the ones up the road, I think a not dissimilar result could be achieved through 2 or 3 rebuilt dormers. It is a messy building that's been added onto over the years. I think it's looks like at least four different sort of modifications or additions, and it certainly would benefit from an improvement. But I just think I agree with the officers. It looks top heavy. It just looks like something being tried to fit into the roof. I think it's a property which would benefit from an outstanding design because of its location. I mean, it's a stunning location. There's no question about that. And something I would really prefer to see a rebuild of the whole property. It's something really stunning. And I don't think it's made it. I think it's a compromise to get a big open space upstairs, which I entirely understand because it gives a lot of usable room. But I think it should be done in a way which fits that stunning location. That's my view. I don't usually have a particularly strong view on these things, but I think that's where I sit on it. And I take Councillor Mears' point, the best being the enemy of good, but I think it could be better. I think it could be better, and there's an opportunity to come back. And I think the architect here could probably come up with something for the whole house, which would be quite impressive, really impressive. really impressive for that location. Because you do see that house when you come down that little lane. I mean, it's whilst it doesn't have much street scene around it, it is a focal point when you come down that road. That's that's really the thing that you see as you come down. That's my view anyway. I just offer that up. Councillor Barnes.
I just wanted to echo something you're saying. I think what worries me about this, and maybe the architect can think about this, is it appears very top-heavy because what you're doing is you're superimposing a structure on a base which is of a very different, much more old-fashioned character. And the two halves of the house don't really work together at the moment. And that's why I'm disinclined. It's not the modernist nature itself, because I don't think actually it does have an impact on the surrounding properties, or on the street scene, or on the area of beauty that is the country park. But somehow the design doesn't quite work. And for all its green credentials, I think it would look not merely out of keeping with the area, but it wouldn't have the quality of design which would actually enhance the area and set a new standard. It falls betwixt and between somehow.
Councillor Mary Barnes.
I would like to propose that we accept the recommendation.
Councillor Langlands, did you want to say something or equally?
Well, I just wanted, what we hadn't seen, which I think is quite relevant, because it seems to me, Councillor Barnes, that the bottom of the property is going to be renovated as well to change that overall appearance. But I've got something on my report that's actually photographic evidence of what it could look like. Could we just look at that for a second? You haven't got it? Oh, okay.
Where's that come from?
All right, because there is, I mean, it's quite impressive. Oh, sorry. I'm just.
Where did it come from?
It's on the portal, and to me it's quite an important section to look at. Wait a minute.
Proposed sections.
I think and it's a picture. It's a pictorial. Have we got that? It's a pictorial view of what it will look like.
I mean, I think it's a good idea to look at that because I think.
No,
I
we'll
always
see if we can. No, well, I think it's best if we can. Is there any way of getting it up?
Wait, can we? It's an. Yeah, it's so important. It just gives you a little bit more of an idea of what the whole thing's going to look like when it's finished.
Thank you, Councillor Langlands. That's all right. Let's thank you, Lynn, for that. It's a little bit tricky with these things. Councillor Barnes has proposed the officer's recommendation of refusal, and we need to test that. Is there anyone seconding that? We have a second of that, so we're going to take a vote on that and see where that takes us. So the proposal is to support the recommendation of refusal. Those who wish to do that, raise their hands, please. 5. Those against? We got there. 8. That's 8, right? So that that fails. So somebody else put a different recommendation up.
Well, I would propose that permission be granted.
And
Second.
What reason do you give?
The reasons, as we've been discussing, that this meets the requirements of the local plan and data as to design quality. It is a balance, a judgment. And that on balance, it is not incongruous in the street scene and doesn't harm the amenities of neighbouring properties or the district.
Of the environment.
Of the environment. And
just to clarify then, that the same policies would apply, and that would, this would be in accordance with policies OSS4, RE3, and EN3 are the core strategies, and DHG9 and policy DN1 of the DASA.
So you need
conditions to be delegated to officers.
Chairman Charles. Yeah. Oh, yes. Sorry, Felicity, we didn't see your hand there. Did you want to speak?
Yes, I was just going to call attention to the fact that the chamber was still on mute, so the remote attendees couldn't hear the deliberations, but you've obviously taken it off now.
Well, it wasn't on mute here, but thank you very much for saying that. Okay. Is there a technical issue there sometime? Okay. Thank you very much, Felicity. We don't know why that's happened. It was operating here. Okay, so the next application is RR 2020/1826/P, which is Curlew Cottage, and this has come back following a judicial review. So it's just a reminder again, because there were one of the issues that was raised through the judicial review was that there was quite a bit of discussion about non-material aspects of this application. So I'm going to hand over to Miles to do this, and then we have some speakers.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to concentrate on the supplemental report, which is in the committee, because this has come back for redetermination. Decision to grant planning permission was made by committee in the 11th of November last year. It was challenged on 4 grounds. The first one was procedural impropriety, in that members failed to provide sufficient reasons for decision to grant contrary to officer's recommendation. The second reason was an error of law, in the terms of exclusion of members from voting who had not conducted a site visit is a legally erroneous procedure. The third was a consideration of irrelevant considerations, notably the pre-app discussions, and not the material planning consideration, but it was considered by members, and also an erroneous understanding of sustainable development. The decision was quashed in the High Court on 4th of March 2022. Hence, that's why it's back before us for redetermination. On the 13th of January, there was a member training which considered impartiality and avoiding bias. Officer reports decisions differing from recommendation, that is, overturns. based on propriety and planning advice given out by the Planning Advisory Service. The proposed single dwelling is in a garden of Curlew Cottage. You can see the site here and just say this is a correct site location plan. And Pett Level does not have a defined settlement boundary. This was removed in the adoption of the DASA in 2019. The development, therefore, is seen to be in countryside. The area has a limited range of services and no sustainable location, but it is surrounded on three sides by the AONB, although not within the AONB. Just up the road, we also have the Warren Cottage site, which you can see here in relation to Curlew Cottage, and this was considered in detail by the case officer and is material to this case. This was dismissed on appeal by the Planning Inspectorate. Policy RA3 only permits dwellings in extremely limited circumstances. The bus stop is in walking distance, but it has limited hourly services. Walking is potentially dangerous. It's an unlit road, and heavy reliance to access most services by private car is expected as a consequence. There's also additionally the second reason for refusal of overdevelopment of sites and out of keeping with physical characteristics of a countryside location. You can see the proposed elevations here and an aerial view on the previous site, proposed elevations. To go on, I can just advise that planning committees can and do make decisions different from officer recommendation. We've just seen one, the previous item. This will usually be in terms of different weights applied to material circumstances or assessment as to how policy is complied with. Legal challenge and decisions set aside in High Court, hence the matter is back before us for determination. The law does require all decisions taken into account local planning policies unless material consideration indicate otherwise. The Court's view that committee's reasons should be clear and convincing. Personal circumstances of applicant rarely satisfy the relevant tests. The main issues are the principle of the new dwelling, development in the countryside and impact on character and appearance of locality. This would be a development in the countryside, and as there is no settlement boundary for Pett Level where development is strictly controlled. Adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the limited social and economic benefits of this dwelling. The 2021 recommendation, supported by the 2020 appeal decision for Warren Cottage, therefore should stand, and I recommend that planning permission is refused. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Miles. We have two people speaking against this application. One is remote and one is here, and I'll take the one here first. That's Janine Killick. Janine, if you could, you've seen the process, so hopefully when you're talking, put the switch on. When you're not, turn it off, because that switches the camera around. Thank you.
Right, I was going to start by saying good morning, but yeah, it's good afternoon now. My name is Janine Killick, and I am a neighbour resident at Martlets, although I am speaking on behalf of some equally concerned neighbours in Pett Level who object to the application. Born and bred in Bexhill, as per the original recommendations, the case officer report to the committee recommends refusal. I agree with the planning officer's recommendation and object to this application based on 4 points. 1, critically not suitable and sustainable location for housing and contravenes the development legislation. There is a no development boundary legally enforcing this area and no competing grounds for this to be overruled. Warren Cottage, Pett Level, was resulting in a dismissal on appeal, which is of note and was ignored in the prior meeting. The development boundary notes rules are there to protect beautiful places and rural areas, whereas this proposal crams in another house for no other reason than personal gain. There are no sound reasons why this application should contravene such important legislation to protect communities for overdevelopment. That was point 1. Point 2, not sustainable. Pet Level is a settlement with a limited range of services, i.e. no mains water, we have septic tanks. It is not identified as a rural service centre or a local service village. Existing and future residents will need to travel to Hastings or Rye to access facilities they require. There are no jobs in this area. All these factors mean that residents find the only practical means of travel is a car. The bus is very, very limited and it stops at 7 o'clock in the evening. Then there is the problem of walking up the very steep lane from the road to this property. I couldn't do it, and I certainly couldn't do it with shopping or carrying stuff. All these factors are bus is very limited, yeah. I lost my place, I'm sorry. Problem of walking up a steep lane, possibly carrying shopping. This may increase the proposed house. This may increase the proposed household cars by 4 and 5 in a single track lane. The turning out onto the lane is very dangerous. The road is unlit and has no footpaths, and it always seems to be wet at the bottom. I don't know why. 3, concern about building on the cliffs. The proposed house is much closer to the cliffs than any of the houses in the lane. Pet Level and Fairlight have lost 100 metres of cliff in the last 100 years due to erosion and large collapses due to the Ashdown Formation, a geographical fault in the cliffs. With climate change, this is only going to get worse. I'm very worried that the digging of the foundations so close to the cliffs may unstable the cliffs. The lane is very unstable and too narrow for lorries transporting soil or building materials. New water pipes. We have extremely low level water up here. Another house cannot run off the water line that exists. This would require significant development and should be noted.
Could I ask you to finish up now, please?
Okay. I just say, therefore, as the harm clearly outweighs the benefits, we respectfully ask that the case officer's recommendation and development boundary legislation is adhered to and that this application is refused for the reasons stated.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? Any questions? Oh, well, thank you very much. And we have another speaker to come. Yes, thank you very much. Could we invite Mr. Kingsley Macy in, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you put your thing on?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm Kingsley Macy, neighbouring resident at Tongs House, and reflect other concerned neighbours along Pet Level who have objected to the application. I was compelled to speak today purely based on the last decision against planning officer recommendations. I'll focus purely on the facts where a large house crammed into this garden plot will have significant detrimental impact on Cliff End's intimate community and is not a sustainable development. as was said, this is the second time it's been heard at planning and quashed on two grounds: for the failing to provide sufficient reasons, contrary to professional opinion, and error of law, onerous decision to sustainable development, and the case officer continues to recommend refusal. The two issues I talk about today are suitable location and harmful impact on character and appearance. The location lies significant distance from the development boundary and therefore absolutely lies within countryside location in planning policy terms. The broad location of Pett Level Village was confirmed as being unsuitable for Warren Cottage and was dismissed. In determining the appeal, the inspector considered Pett Level to have a very limited range of services and facilities. In any case, the village is not reachable by foot, unlit, subject to speed limit, no pedestrian pathways, and is considered unsafe to walk. And thus, this location is entirely separated by village by foot, and therefore I consider highly unsustainable rural location unsuitable for new housing, given the entire reliance on private car. The appeal decision must carry significant weight when considering this application, and a car is absolutely essential given the bus does not have a regular evening service and is not deemed materially sustainable. While the application is unique, if anything, it's far less sustainable. It's further away from the village of Pett Level, at the end of an unmade steep single-track residential road, 250 metres from the main road, and it's clear the planned dwelling size is a multi-car household. In terms of visual landscape and impact, it's a rural countryside location surrounded by National Trust and other well-known protected national areas of beauty. This new substantial dwelling at the site would be an urbanising overdevelopment, would fail to reinforce or maintain natural and built landscape characteristics, and exacerbated by a number of public vantage points with views to the site. Curlew Garden size is large and a common characteristic in the area, where this development would be counter to that characteristic and even obeying Curlew Cottage itself, as well as Cliff End community, and therefore affecting countryside character of the area. Cliff End was described in the first planning committee as a quiet hamlet, and in my opinion that's exactly where the development boundary rules help preserve these idyllic quiet parts from overdevelopment. Cliff End is beautifully preserved and will absolutely not benefit from another house with multiple cars and other associated increased traffic that passes through my garden property. Therefore, overall, the proposal would conflict with the spatial strategy set out in the core strategy and the development site allocations location plan, and indeed the broad policy set out in the national planning policy. This would result in demonstrable harm upon a rural countryside area and small community and promote the use of private car instead of public transport or walking. It's clear the harm of the proposal substantially outweighs the minimal short-term economic benefits of building a single dwelling in this location, and therefore respectfully ask the case officer recommendation is adhered to. If, however, this happens to be bizarrely approved again, then I request the immediate neighbours are first consulted on any proposed building conditions, such as no early morning weekend building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any of the members have questions for Mr. Macy? Yes, Councillor Mear.
Yes, good morning, afternoon rather. Yes, two questions. The first one, you raised the question of access on foot to the main part of the village. Can I just inform you that there is a gateway in the garden of Curlew Cottage which leads directly onto the Saxon Shore Way, which is a footpath which leads down into the village, avoiding the road. That's right, isn't it?
I'm familiar with that. That's very unstable, unlit, dangerous, very short, less than a metre in width in some areas, that then falls down the cliff edge, down the path, so cannot really be defined as a suitable method of transport or regular sort of foot traffic to avoid car use, in my opinion.
I've walked it often enough myself, and yes, it's unlit, but it's perfectly safe, and it is a public right-of-way and deemed to be the Saxon Shore Way, which
you suggest is a good alternative to using cars.
Right. The other question I had was, do you agree that within 1 kilometre of Curlew Cottage there are approximately 145 houses. As you made the point.
I don't think you can expect the speaker to
No.
have those figures. It's unreasonable.
Very well.
Do we have some other questions for Mr. Macy? Any questions for Mr. Macy? Mr. Macy, thank you very much for presenting. And that's a bit more of a challenge by hybrid, so thank you. You're welcome, of course, to stay in until we finish this application. Good. Okay. Councillor Mead, did you want to... oh, sorry, we haven't had Mr. Rampling. My apologies. We have Mr. Rampling coming to speak. My apologies for that.
Good morning. The committee will be thrilled to hear that I'm not planning on relating the entire tortured history of our planning application. But I do want to go back to paragraphs 39 to 43 of the NPPF, which emphasise the importance of pre-app engagement. It follows, therefore, that if this is a material planning consideration, then the fundamental lack of provision of even basic planning services prior to the submission of our application in 2019 must be a consideration. Contrary to the officer's report, the height and scale will not be visually intrusive and represent an incongruous addition, nor is it overdevelopment of the site. The officer has not read the drawings correctly and has stated that the proposed development is 2 stories high when in fact it's 1.5. He also hasn't made a site visit. In terms of scale, I'd like to refer to the Warren Cottage appeal to justify our design. The proposal there was for 2 dwellings totaling 392 square metres in an area of 0.39 hectares, so 10%. Ours is for a single dwelling on only 8% of the site. The planning inspector herself stated that even with garages, additional driveway and hard surfacing, the site is of an adequate site to accommodate the development and would not be harmful to the character and appearance of the area. The officer's report also states that one house would make a minimal contribution to the district's housing supply, but the land supply figures from November 21 showed that there are only 2.89 years and suggest that the issue will get worse over the next 3 years. The action plan states that significant weight should generally be given to the benefits that additional housing supply will bring and recommends the identification of more small site development opportunities, including for custom and self-build housing. The presumption in favour of sustainable development applies and recommends each application should be considered on its merits. With the proposed development, the social and environmental objectives of sustainability are fulfilled in multiple ways. It will help support a strong, vibrant and healthy community. It will make effective use of previously developed land and help to improve biodiversity and the move to a low-carbon economy. According to the sustainability appraisal document, the development boundary was removed from pet level on 3 main grounds. Firstly, it lies in flood zone 3. On the face of it, a very sensible decision, except many of the properties are in flood zone 1. You've seen yourselves that the site is located at the same altitude as the properties in Pet Village, where their lack of flood risk relative to the surrounding area is counted as a positive. Secondly, constraints on vehicle access, narrow and unadopted roads. The land serving the site is not adopted, but it's owned by the National Trust, and it's maintained by the residents. Meeting another vehicle on that road is rare. However, if you look at the adjacent settlement, Fairlight, there are considerably more unadopted narrow roads, which serve a much larger number of properties. Despite this, Fairlight not only has a development boundary, it also has a site allocation, which is accessed via an unadopted road. Thirdly, limited services and facilities. The bus service is not limited. We actually have 2. The 101 bus runs every hour in both directions to both Rye and Hastings, and it stops on demand at the bottom of our lane. It's also, importantly, the same bus that serves Fairlight Cove, which has a development boundary and site allocations. Pet Level is also served by the 347, which runs into Hastings every 2 hours. This is hardly a limited and unsustainable service. There are limited facilities at Pet Level itself, but the bus can easily be accessed to reach the shops at Fairlight or Winchelsea Beach. Additionally, we can walk to the post office and farm shop via the public footpath without needing to walk along the road, and importantly, our site is actually closer to the shops than some of the properties within the Fairlight Cove development boundary. The DASA is a critical part of the local plan, but the sustainability criteria must be applied evenly and fairly across the district. In the case of Pett Level, there are significant discrepancies in the way it's been treated compared with Fairlight and other locations. Finally, the land supply problem in Rother District Council is exacerbated because 82% of the land is in the AONB. The garden at Curlew Cottage is outside the AONB, and it's critical to take advantage of a proposal that is in keeping with its surroundings, but that does not have the constraints of the AONB. Paragraph 69C of the NPPF says that LPA should support the development of windfall sites through their policies and decisions, giving great weight to the benefits of using suitable sites within existing settlements for homes. Although in planning terms the site is in open countryside, in reality it's a garden with a natural screening boundary between it and the AONB. It's a boundary which is to be environmentally enhanced as per the recommendations of Natural England, who incidentally have no objections to the proposal. It is clearly a sustainable site, and the proposal would not be harmful to the character and appearance of the area. It will not have a detrimental impact on the openness of the countryside.
I'll ask you to wrap up now, please.
And will not result in adverse impacts which would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. As such, the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies, and permission should be granted.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Rampling? Yes, Councillor Prochak.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Could you describe for us what, because we visited the site obviously and it's mainly grass, what was there when you bought the house?
There's an area which had some cold frames. That was a large sort of, it was almost like some sort of fabricated greenhouse. Then this, on the Curlew Cottage side of it, there was a large building which used to be used as kennels because the area, the previous owner used to breed shelters for crufts. There was also what was called the goat shed, which was a building clad in felt just on the tree line, and beyond the where the cold frames are now, there were footings of another large shed that has the bricks were there, but no other sign of what was there previously.
Any other questions for Mr. Rampling? Yeah, Councillor Langland.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Rampling. Could I just ask one question, which I think I missed, actually, listening to your report? Could you just give me how large the area is that you intend to put property in, that development area? 0.25 of a hectare. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I think just before you start, I know Councillor Muir is about to start. I'm going to ask him to start speaking. The development manager has actually visited this site twice. So a senior officer has been to the site twice. And I think that's important to note. So just keep that in mind. And the issues of pre-application advice and all that, they are not material to your decision today. You can be very clear on this. You're making a decision against the policies that exist today and the DASA that exists today. And that's why the issue of Warren Cottage has come up, because even though this committee refused that application, they refused it on, I think it was design and concentration grounds, the inspector actually refused it on sustainability. And that was the difference. The inspector chose a very different ground to refuse it. And that is material, so we'll take it from there. Councillor Meir.
Chair, I've got two questions from Mr. Joyce, if I may. Yes,
please.
The first is, I take it that your advice is that it is possible for this committee to grant the application. I know it's outside the development boundary and I know the objections, but are you advising us that this is impossible to grant?
I'll refer you back to what I said in November, and that is regard must be had to the development plan unless material considerations, planning considerations indicate otherwise. In this case, it has to be exceptional. It is not. In this case, it is development in the countryside. It is a new dwelling. It's not an annex. It's not an extension. It's a new dwelling. It would be quite independent, very easily from the house. In this case, I can only say that the proposed development is not acceptable on principle. That's setting aside the second reason for refusal. Therefore, I would say that I cannot see a way to grant planning permission here.
So surely you're not saying that there is an absolute prohibition on building outside the development boundary?
Okay, I think 2 points. I'm going to say something and I'm going to ask Felicity to come in as well, because this is a very critical point. And of course, the committee had a workshop on building in rural areas as a result of that JR and application to just, if you like, sharpen up our knowledge. It's clear in the report that there are the policy RA3, which has been around for a long time, certainly before the DASA, has 3 basic ways that a house can be built in rural areas. Yeah? And that's it. You know, it's very constrained, very, very, very constrained. Having said that, if you can demonstrate true sustainability, and as a committee, there was a desire and attempt to demonstrate that previously, that was tested and challenged, and clearly it wasn't found substantive enough or to have enough traction. There is one other way, and that is through the NWPF, through paragraph 80, for anyone who loves reading the NWPF, and that is about exceptional design in the rural areas. And there are applications. These are the houses you might see on Grand Designs. Most of those houses are what they call paragraph 80 houses, or used to call paragraph 55, or later paragraph 79. And the house that's being proposed here is is an attractive house. It's a lovely house. I think anyone would want to live in that house. There's no question about that. But it would, even subjectively, that would fall. That wouldn't come near an exceptional design. There is nothing that's being presented, and it's not being presented as an exception site. No, it's not exception site, but something which would fall within that category. So that these are the sort of lock points that they have to consider. So I think you wanted to bring in Felicity just to ask some questions. Felicity, you're online, and I think Miles will ask you a question.
I'd like a comment on what she's heard about this whole issue about
sustainability.
Yeah, and can you possibly grant planning permission?
Sorry, and what was that last bit? Can you possibly?
That was a question. Is it impossible to grant planning permission, was the question.
So I think the shortest answer to that is no, it's not impossible, but it would need to be enunciated very clearly in the reasons for departing from the officer's recommendation, exactly how the site overcomes the policy objections in order to be able to be granted. So we'd need to very specifically look at the reasons for refusal and the policies meant.
You're just frozen. You might want to try and rejoin if you can hear me, Felicity. Just wait for a minute so she can come back. Yeah, sure.
I'm wondering what the situation is in terms of the land supply and how that affects our policies. Which policies does it affect? And what weight are we entitled to put on that?
Well, it'd go back to there's no 5-year housing land supply, so it'd have to demonstrably and substantially outweigh the adverse impacts. Have to outweigh the advantages. Yes, the tilted band supplies is not in the AOMB. That said, I was quite clear in the training and quite clear in my report as to the fact that this does not have the benefits to that the disadvantages, the disbenefits, if you like, the adverse impacts substantially and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Yeah. So it does not, in my view, pass the tilted balance to grant planning permission.
You see, I think also, John, I think this is a really interesting point, because in Rother, actually, just marginally under a quarter of housing is windfall housing, which is largely sort of one, house or two houses. So it does contribute, not the majority, but a significant portion. But being one, usually it's not enough to outweigh the 5-year supply argument. If it's one with other things you can add on, there's a basket, if you like, of reasons. I think we have Felicity back. So, and the question is, does it have that basket?
Hello.
Thank you. You're back again. And you've got bad network quality, so hopefully we can keep you.
I'm sorry, in a very English manner, I'll shout a bit and hope that helps. So the question, is it impossible to approve the application? It's possible to approve it. It's within the discretion of the planning committee. There would need to be reasons clearly given why the committee regards the policy conflicts to be outweighed by the benefit of the development.
Okay, thank you for that. Did you want to have a question on that? Does anyone want to have a question to Felicity on that? No? Yes, so we have Councillor Langlands would like to ask you a question, Felicity.
Thank you, Felicity, for that. Felicity, could it be then that if we did not articulate the sustainability well enough last time, we could go back and look at that and see whether we can justify it being sustainable in a better, more articulate way?
Yes, that is possible. But the added hurdle that you now have is to overcome the reasoning of the inspector in the Warren Cottage appeal. So this site, having specifically and recently been found to be unsustainable by the Secretary of State, a decision to now grant permission on a very nearby site would need to directly address why the committee feels that this location with this site is sustainable in a way that Warren Cottage was not. And that would need to be explicit in the decision.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was there some other questions for Felicity? Because I also think there's the issue, and perhaps Felicity might want to address the issue of, for example, if approval was given on some sustainability ground that was defensible, would that also risk if you like, other proposals around this area, around this, around the houses that exist there, coming forward, and therefore potentially creating an explosion of development specifically in that area? Is that a risk?
The shortest answer is yes, that is a risk.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have a question. Sorry. From Councillor Mear. Councillor Mear.
Thank you. In the case of Warren Cottage, this committee turned that down on design grounds, on the particular site, the specialness of that particular location, very specific location. and it was after that that the DASA came into force and the development boundary was removed, and the inspector decided on the basis of the removal of the development boundary that the site was unsustainable. Do we know how much information the inspector had about the locality? Obviously, there wouldn't have been very much in the papers which this council submitted to the inspector, because those matters weren't before the committee.
Well, they will have been before the committee to some extent, in that I presume that sustainability was addressed in the application. And the inspector would have had all the information from the application itself before him or her, as well as all the representations made on appeal by both parties, so both by the council and by the applicant. And my understanding was that, as you say, it was found to not be suitable by the inspector, very much on the basis of sustainability and the fact that it is in the open countryside now under the DASA. So that the countryside exceptions, that RA3 policy, which only provides those two exceptions, tourism, agriculture. And other than that, as you've heard, there could be grounds for exceptional design, but it's very difficult to see, in light of the inspector's reasoning about Warren Cottage, how this site could be found to be sustainable. What would be the difference, the critical difference between this site and Warren Cottage?
I think my point was it might simply be that we now have superior knowledge of the location, which we don't know exactly what the inspector had in front of him.
Andrew, I think, to be fair, the knowledge of the situation has not changed. I mean, it hasn't changed at all from when we visited Warren Cottage to now. I think, whilst I appreciate where you're going, I think it's getting thinner and thinner.
I mean, I think it's worth repeating that obviously sustainability is a difficult concept and it is somewhat fluid, but it does always contain those three core principles. It has to meet an economic objective, a social objective, and an environmental objective. So the NPPF itself, I think we're at paragraph 8 in the planning framework, sets out the detail of sustainability, and that, I think paragraph 8 is really the start point. So again, if the committee deems this site to be sustainable, it would need to be able to identify in its decision how this site met those core principles of sustainability.
Councillor Barnes, did you have a question for this?
It's not so much a question, it's an observation, but I would welcome the lawyer's comments. The problem with country living, and I live 400 yards off a lane which is 1.5 miles from the village, so I am really in the country. And the problem with, as I reflect on sustainability, is that the whole pattern of countryside living has changed, markedly accelerated by COVID. We now have our groceries, even our green groceries, coming by van. We no longer have to go to the shops. Indeed, there are very few shops to go to. You can choose to go up market, but that's a long way away. That's 3 or 4 miles. Or you can go to the supermarket, and that's 4 miles away. So sustainability 3 or 4 years ago was a very different entity before actually the whole pattern of retail began to alter significantly and was accelerated by COVID. presumably we're going to take account of that in the new local plan, but are we not entitled to take some account of that in deliberations today?
Well, I think that those are relevant considerations. I think here that may not have such a great bearing, because I note that the site has not been found to be isolated. So the Warren Cottage inspector made the qualification that while this is a site in the open countryside, it's not an isolated site. So I don't think it would be identified as a difficult to reach place, particularly being surrounded by other development as it is. I don't think that was the core difficulty in relation to sustainability for the Warren Cottage inspector.
Any other questions for our legal representative? No? Okay, well, thank you for listening. I hope you can stay online just in case something else comes up. That's been very, very helpful, and we'll continue the discussion. Thank you. So, Andrew, would you like to start the discussion?
Chair, there was my second question to Mr. Joyce, which was a little while ago since I said I was going to ask it. And that was this: if this committee decided in principle that this is a site where planning application could be allowed, would it then be possible to delegate to officers the questions of the design, exact size and siting of a property? Or would we have to decide that today?
The principle, if it was accepted, you'd have to look at the whole package. You couldn't recreate a scheme out of nothing. It'd have to be a resubmission.
Did you want to say anything more before we sort of start the discussion? No?
Start this discussion? Yes. I've really got to hear a sort of recitation of facts and circumstances which I think are material to our decision.
If it's got anything to do with the pre-application advice, please.
It has nothing
Good,
whatsoever to do with pre-application advice, which I have completely forgotten about. First of all, I note and accept that the site is outside any development boundary and for the purposes of the local plan deemed to be in the countryside where development is normally permitted only in those very limited circumstances which, Chair, you have set out. I also know that any grant would be contrary to the officer's recommendation. Notwithstanding the above, there's not an absolute restriction on development deemed to be in the countryside for planning policy purposes, and I think we've established that with legal. Curlew Cottage is not isolated within the countryside. It stands within, though at the edge of a substantial settlement, and that within 1 kilometre of Curlew Cottage there are about 145 dwellings, and I've counted them. And that does not include those in Fairlight to the east, which is within the kilometre, but that is a quite separate settlement. The application site falls within the existing residential curtilage of Curlew Cottage, and its development would not extend the settlement into the undeveloped countryside. I note, as Mr. Joyce has noted, that the site is not within the area of outstanding natural beauty, though it adjoins it. On landscape matters, Natural England, by emailed letter dated the 14th of December 2020, raised no objection, and they state, based on the plan submitted, Natural England considers that the proposed development will not have significant adverse impacts on statutorily protected nature, conservation sites or landscapes. And councillors attended the site and will have formed their own view. I agree that the settlement of Pett Level is not suited to major development or expansion, and there are many reasons for that, including flood risk, the presence of protected sites. Neither of those considerations is relevant in this case, absence of a school, which is. However, facilities are no worse and in some respects better than those in other settlements with development boundary. And let's just go through some of those facilities. The site is about 8 kilometres from Hastings, and only 5 kilometres to the suburb of Orr, and 10 kilometres to Rye. There is the hourly daytime bus service from Rye to Hastings and back, and Hale and Ride, as we've heard. Wakeham's farm shop is 1.5 kilometres. The co-op with the post office counter is in Winchelsea Beach at 4 kilometres, and there is a co-op and an Aldi in Orr at 5 kilometres. Within Pett Level itself, there is the Smuggler restaurant, pub, cafe being refurbished at the moment, and the new beach club. The Royal Oak pub at Pett is only 2 kilometres away. Fairlight sub-post office and stores is at 2 kilometres. There's a church at Winchelsea Beach, 4 kilometres, St Andrews, Fairlight, 3.5 kilometres, and a Methodist chapel at Pett. It is hard to say that this is a place where people can't live reasonably and contentedly, as the 145 other households do. One point which is different, most definitely different from the Warren Cottage matter, is the foot access to the centre of the village. It's a perfectly good footpath, and I think perhaps Councillor John Barnes might agree with me. In the countryside, we're used to taking torches. We're used perhaps to a little bit of mud. This is what we have the benefits and we take the disbenefits, but there is foot access. We've noted the tilted balance, which would have a small effect. I would say for all those perfectly good planning reasons, it is rather hard to see why this should not be allowed. Almost within sight of Curlew Cottage, you have the Wakeham's farm site at Fairlight, which is currently under appeal, going to the inspector for 43 houses. The facilities at Fairlight are very little different from those available at Pett.
Facilities in Fairlight, you have shops, you have pubs, you have village halls, you have a whole range of I appreciate where you're going and what you're saying, but the impact of a decision based on the things that you're saying in the distances would mean that you could build anywhere in rural Rother. I mean, it's taking it to such an extreme. I mean, what you're saying is if you built there and gave approval on that basis, you would be able to build in any undesignated area across Rother. And I'm just struggling with this a bit, and I just fear that you're going down a very narrow track which doesn't feel balanced to me.
Any grant of permission outside a development boundary would have to be considered very, very carefully by this committee. It would be exceptional, and I'm saying that this is exceptional. This is not in.
Andrew, what is exceptional about this? What one or two things is exceptional about it? Not the design of the house.
If I could just finish there, yeah. Chair, you were saying that this would open the doors to building anywhere in the countryside. This is not in the countryside in the sense of being isolated away from the settlement. It is within an existing settlement, within the curtilage of a property within an existing settlement. And that, I think, is highly material, as are the other factors that I've mentioned. We cannot fetter our discretion to consider perfectly reasonable planning matters, which I have set out. This is a location where people are quite capable of living. Well, I suppose I have to use the word sustainably, but I'll be very careful and I'll be advised whether that's the right word. Yes, it is very similar to other villages, and other villages do have development boundaries. But this is a quirk of our planning policy and of the DASA. We can't make policy here today, but the policy is probably not flexible enough. But we do have a discretion.
The Felicity would like to make commentary. Felicity.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the comment there that I appreciate the point being made that the site is within the curtilage of another dwelling, but unfortunately the planning system is not concerned at all with land ownership. So it is effectively blind to the fact that this site is within the curtilage of an existing garden. All the planning system sees is the local plan determinations for where the boundaries are. And this site falls outside the settlement boundary and is therefore by definition in the open countryside. That does not include any implication that it is isolated. It's simply outside the boundary settlement, and that's enough for it to be in the open countryside and therefore subject to the criteria for the exceptions. So to basically be able to outweigh the policy that now very strictly controls the development in the countryside in the area is to fall within one of the exceptions. And the exceptions just don't aid this particular applicant because they're neither agricultural nor a tourist application. So the categories are very closed. That is set by policy. As you say, we are only seized of the policy we have today, and we have to make the decision within the constraints of that.
Thank you, Felicity. And Councillor Barnes.
Yeah, I think our predecessors have left us in a almost intolerable position. I have to say we are in the last stages of the current local plan, and I shall insist on the new local plan changing, because we have got ourselves into a position where we're equating stretches of countryside that are genuinely countryside with hamlets, settlements, and this one is not even a settlement in the AONB. It is a settlement in the small part of Rother that is not actually in the AONB, and where actually we need development if we're going to meet quite absurd housing targets. So we've hamstrung ourselves, and I'm reluctantly, because I voted in favour last time, and I was not affected by any sob stories about pre-application advice. I did it on its merits, because I think settlements need room to breathe and develop. They cannot be sterilised. And what we have done is sterilise huge numbers of settlements across Rother in the misbegotten belief that somehow you need everything: a school, a medical practice, a church, shops. The kind of villages that actually implies do not exist for the most part in Rother. There's Robertsbridge, there is Ticehurst, there is Burwash around me. Those are 14th century villages added to a medieval landscape that is composed of scattered hamlets. And the people who draw up the last local plan clearly do not appreciate the neighbourhood in which we live. They don't appreciate the nature of the medieval landscape, and they do not actually appreciate the pattern of living. The pattern of living itself is changing and changing very rapidly, because what we're getting increasingly is, and I suspect within my lifetime, I hope, we shall get drone deliveries. At the moment we get van. The number of parcels that I now get in my house, where we are a three-generation household, which I think is actually ecologically, it's pretty green living three generations of that household. But it means the number of parcels we get daily is probably up to a dozen. Now, you do not actually, the whole thing is moving on.
I think, John, I think everyone is sympathetic to exactly what you're saying, and particularly the parcel delivery part.
I think I could probably challenge your 12, but I think we're all sympathetic to the issues around the current core strategy and the need to make policy change.
Can I just make the point? First of all, I put more weight on new housing in existing settlements because we are not able, by a country mile, to deliver our housing targets. And windfall housing plays a very important part in that. And the other thing, which really irks me, and I have to say this, if this had been put forward as tourist accommodation, we would probably have granted it. And that seems to me quite outrageous.
That's a whole other discussion, but I think that's a point made. Thank you, Councillor Barnes. Councillor Tempe.
It's really just something that sort of bothers me, really, from the sustainability point of view. The other houses that are there, they're presumably living and sustaining themselves.
Sustaining yourself is different from sustainable development.
Yeah.
Draw very clear comparisons.
But I find it a bit incongruous, really. Thank you.
But that is the argument across rural settlements anyway. Yeah. Yes. Was it Councillor Langlands?
I just wanted to add, actually, I actually sat and read the Pet Village magazine, and it was absolutely amazing because it went from delivering fish, meat, collecting your dog and grooming it and taking it back. You could live in your house and go absolutely nowhere. Everything was catered for in Pet. And local services, local skills were being shared amongst the village. So I've got to say, I have to question how we can challenge sustainability as an argument for allowing this to go ahead. Because as John Barnes rightly said, it's changed. Things have changed and moved on. So is there a way, and this is what I want to know, is there a way that this can go forward? Because I think overall, many of your arguments, Councillor Meir, were good, solid arguments. Is there any way we can look at that as a way to...
All right, so I think it's really, it's an emotional argument, and I'm sympathetic exactly to what you say. And, we're working, the local plan is being revised at the moment, and these are very much the issues. However, decision has to be made on the policies that exist today, which is why the Warren Cottage probably failed, because the development boundary changed between the planning meeting and the appeal decision. And if something changes, it's made on the policy on the day. There has been a judicial review which highlighted the fact that the sustainability argument was unsustainable. It was poor. And so if you go down that line, you are really potentially asking for another judicial review, which costs us approximately £10,000. And so you just got to be so careful. I'm just giving advice, not opinion here. Just got to be so careful that if if you go down that track, you might just end up with a judicial review again. Because when you have people who have strong feelings and money to support it, that is becoming a much more common thing. We didn't see this before. In fact, I think this is the first one in terms of a small residential development that's happened. So the way to change it is through the local plan. I don't disagree with any of the comments Councillor Barnes has made at all in terms of that. And I think, those of us at the moment are helping on the local plan, others will be involved as it gets a little bit further along, are very aware of those things and how do we release those rules. But today we have to decide on this, and we have to make sure that the decision is right and not challengeable, whatever that decision is. And that is the key. And be very careful that we stick to the plot, if you like. So is there some other questions and comments? Did anyone have any questions and comments? Other questions? No other questions. Does somebody want to put a proposal forward? No, nobody wants to put a proposal forward. Councillor Candy, you proposed last time. Would you like to put a proposal forward? Is that a yes or a no?
Move refusal.
You're proposing refusal.
so which is a reversal in itself. And there has been a lot of training and discussion on policy and application of policy by committee. So I can understand why you're taking that position. Is anyone wanting to second that proposal?
I'll second the proposal.
Councillor Madeley wishes to second that proposal. So we have the proposal is to take the officer's recommendation, which is that of refusal. So we will test that that proposal. Those who wish to follow the officer's recommendation of refusal, please raise your hands. Is it up? Yeah, nine. Okay. Those who wish to the opposite? No? There were some people. Those who wish to abstain?
I shall abstain.
We have one abstention.
I shall abstain.
Have two. Does that add up? I feel I'm missing someone. Three. What are you abstaining? Oh, okay. Does that add up? So that decision is carried to refuse planning permission. I'll just say to the applicants, I know this has been a traumatic ride for you. We understand all the issues that you've raised, and you can hear the points of view that are being raised. And I know that you've had discussions with the development manager who's put forward alternative suggestions for you, so they may be useful or not. And all I can say is that this has been a very, very, very challenging application for this committee. I know you probably think it's more challenging for you, but it is really hard when you're dealing with individuals' lives effectively and having to work within really tight constraints. So I just thought I'd finish by saying that, and thank you for the tolerance that you have shown, and the fact that you have allowed us to come up a couple of times and been very pleasant and very helpful in that process. So I'm sure that we will see you back in time in some way or another. Thank you. So we're going to finish with that application. Thank you very much, and thank you, Felicity, for advising on that. I know you're going to stay because we've got another application. Now, it's 1 o'clock, so I don't know what people would like to do at this point. We've got, we really have two more main items here. One is the Foundry Close deed of variation, one is the proposed changes. We have an option, we could take half an hour now for lunch, or we could just work through. You'd just like to have a comfort break?
I think you ought to return because
for lunch or for a comfort break?
I think lunch, because I think Foundry Close is quite controversial.
No, most people want to. But most people want to stay. I think we just have a 10-minute comfort break. Okay, 10-minute. We're going to actually not even 10 minutes. Just a comfort break to take us to 15:15. Yeah. Okay, 15:15. So we'll just adjourn the meeting till 1:15. Thank you. Which is the deed of variation for Foundry Close application. It refers to is RR 2019-2194/P, and I will hand it over to Miles.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. The Housing Development Optivo has acquired the above-mentioned site, and it seems to build out with 100% affordable housing. There is an existing Section 106 agreement in place in respect of planning permission RR 2019-2194P. Optivo is seeking a deed of variation to the Section 106. The application site is 0.83 hectares, located on the eastern side of Hurst Green, to the rear of properties fronting the A21 London Road in Hurst Green. There is no formal application for seeking variations to Section 106 agreements that are less than 5 years old, and the matter is dealt with on the basis of a written request. Consequently, there is no separate planning reference relating to this. The housing developer has acquired the site and built it out of 100% affordable housing, as said. And as part of this, Optivo is seeking a variation in R106. Proposed variations are described as follows. Reference to the agreed mix of affordable housing inside letter dated 19th November 2021. Removal of the reference to rural and designated protection area. Removal of the local connection restrictions for the shared ownership units to comply with Homes England grant funding requirements. Amendments, clarifications to the mortgagee and possession clauses to meet lenders' requirements. And reference to the recent approved non-material amendment approval, reference RR 2021-2558/MA. naming Optiva as a registered provider, and finally amendments to allow Optiva to manage the open space rather than a private management company. Now, because no market housing is being proposed, Optiva has submitted an application for full SIL relief. The total amount of SIL money received under SIL is subject to change, including a possible exemption, but the level of payment loss will be in region of £259,400. So in conclusion, approving the deed of variation to the 106 agreement would result in a loss of SIL payments for the council, but at the same time, it would mean that the development site is brought forward, providing much needed affordable homes within a rural area. There are elements to the variation sought by Optiva in 6.3 above that require further scrutiny by legal services in terms of the detailed draft of the deed of variation, and in that regard, it is recommended that the deed of variation is agreed in principle and authority is delegated to the Director, Placing Climate Change, to agree the final terms of the variation.
Good, thank you very much. Well, it's not a long report, so it's easy to consume. We also have here Joe Powell and Jeff Pyra to give us advice as and when required, and still with Felicity Thomas as well, so they can be brought in at appropriate moments to help us if we need. Graham Brown also asked if he could speak as a chairman of the parish council. Now, sort of strictly speaking, it's not a planning application, so the rules of speaking don't actually apply to this. But as he's a ward member anyway, it wouldn't be very right of me to say no. So he's going to speak now, and he's going to talk really in both roles, I think. So thank you, Graham. If you'd just like to say a few words.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Committee, for allowing me to speak. Do appreciate. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Committee, for allowing me to speak. I fully appreciate that the decision has been taken, but the Parish Council has huge concerns over the way this is being put forward. The original development for 20 houses, mixed development with 40% affordable, and now it appears that this is all completely, well, virtually all changing. We're wondering where the evidence of the need in our parish for these extra affordable housing, and how does this match against Hurst Green's housing register, in particular the size of the houses? As we understand, the housing need will hopefully be fulfilled with applications in the offing and proposed applications in the future. The local need is being taken out of this, which we're also very concerned about. Here we are. Right. Agreed mix of affordable housing, that's been taken away. Local removal of local connection. So obviously, local people won't get fully priority where the local connection will be taken away. And so the Parish Council, obviously that's the first concern. Where is the evidence of the need of shared ownership? Shared ownership seems very confusing. Our Parish Council are very confused by it. They believe it's probably for professional couples, probably cities, towns, but not such a need in rural communities, because apparently what we understand, the houses are still owned by the housing association, so it doesn't go on the free market. So we seem to have, that's another concern of the Parish Council. And then we've got the SIL money. And Miles has spoken earlier about the SIL money. Well, obviously, we have projects in the parish which we were looking forward, because obviously as a consequence of putting a development in a village, there's always going to be comment about it. But as a consequence, as a positive consequence, we are allowed some SIL money, which we can use on infrastructure like the playing fields or something that will give advantage to the village, even though they've had to accept 20 houses in some parts they don't want. Unfortunately, we're now going to lose that. That is pretty devastating for the village when we've got projects that we are desperately needing to fund. And the SIL fund going to Rother, as Miles pointed out, can Rother afford to lose £250,000? That's an awful lot of money to lose as well. I'm just concerned that put this to the committee of these questions I put forward, and Jeff's here, hopefully, and Joe will. Sorry about that. Joe will hopefully be able to answer some of them. But it's a great concern to the parish council. It's not what we thought we were going to get originally, and this seems, for some unknown reason, the path we're going down now. And one other question was, is this process actually legal? It was asked by one of the members of the parish council. So that's my conclusion, and thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. We really appreciate you coming along and expressing those views. I'm going to actually, before we start, ask Jeff and Joseph to try and succinctly explain some of the questions that you or answer some of the questions you raised. But one of the things, I'm going to do one of those sort of chairman things, and just remind everyone that we have to, whilst being very sensitive to the parish needs and so forth, we are actually also acting for the whole district and have to consider the needs of the district as the planning committee. So before we sort of go into discussion, I think it would be useful for Jeff to talk through the points that are relevant to him, and then Joe to the points that are relevant to you, particularly about shared ownership, what it is, what it means, where does it sit, in the mix of housing, because it does tend to sort of sit across two areas.
Yep. Hi there. Thank you. Thanks for letting me speak. I think I just wanted to highlight first just the context of this development, and just to highlight what Miles has said. So there's 20 dwellings have been approved here, and that hasn't changed. 20 dwellings for 20 households. As signed, there would be 6 affordable rent, there would be 2 shared ownership, and then that would leave 12 that would be open market. The change now is that there would still be 6 affordable rent, there would be 14 shared ownership. So that's the change. So I think Councillor Brown is right to highlight that as the change and to question what that means. Headline in terms of affordable housing is that we are massively under-providing the affordable housing need across the district. And that's whether you measure that on the 2013 figures in the core strategy, or as you'd expect, the far worse figures now in 2022. I think we're all aware that wages generally haven't changed, but house prices have massively increased. So that affordability gap is changing all the time. So we are not providing sufficient affordable housing, and I can go into and give you figures for that if you'd like. In terms of understanding shared ownership need, it's very difficult, because shared ownership is there for people who can afford to rent on the open market. They can find a house, but that they can't afford to buy. And that's difficult to measure, and it changes all the time, as you'd imagine. I wanted to give you a real-world example, which is my colleague, just so happens, has collected the keys yesterday on a shared ownership house on the Tollgate estate. So I think this is just really relevant. I hope you bear with me. So he's a public sector worker. He's on an above-average salary. He's from this area. He went to Bexhill College. His wife is a school teacher. They can't afford to buy a house that is suitable for them. They've got a young child. They're living with the in-laws. They're living in Heathfield with the in-laws at the moment. So, he's told me they couldn't afford to raise a mortgage on the open market. They can't stay for a deposit. But they can buy a shared ownership house, and they're buying a 60% share of this house on Tollgate, and they're moving in today. So that, to me, this is, that's the sort of people we're looking to provide houses for through shared ownership. And I can't really see why anyone would be concerned by that. If you look in our policies and the text around those policies, there's lots of things I could quote to you that highlight how important delivery of affordable housing is, how we're under-providing, particularly in the rural areas, and how the policy seeks to do everything they can to deliver that housing. But it is not delivering as much as is needed. So you have the policy, which we all know about, that seeks a certain percentage of affordable. In the rural areas particularly, it goes as high as it really can, seeking 40% of houses to be affordable houses, and it seeks that with a really low threshold of 6 dwellings. So any scheme that comes forward with 6 dwellings or more should provide 40% affordable housing with a mix of affordable rent and shared ownership. But we all know that isn't always happening. So, I can think of schemes that I've brought to you at committee, and there are other ones as well, where we've had to reluctantly accept a lower amount of affordable housing because the developer has been able to demonstrate that it's just not viable to provide that affordable housing. And that's one of the reasons why we're not providing enough. The other reason is there is just not as much housing being built in this area as our plan plans for. So there's lower numbers of housing, lower numbers of affordable housing. That's the other reason. The other way our policy tries to deliver affordable housing is through the Royal Exceptions Policy, which I'm sure you're all aware of. So that is actually saying, on a site which would be unacceptable for other development, unacceptable for market housing, it's acceptable purely because we're that much in need to deliver affordable housing. I just really want to highlight that. There are these different methods where the policy do everything they can to try and maximise affordable housing. And that brings me on to SIL, I think. So those sites where we've reluctantly had to agree lower levels of affordable housing, they provided more SIL. You know, they will deliver more SIL if those developments go ahead as expected. But if you might recall that when we've had those discussions, we've always focused on the affordable housing issue because that's the policy issue. You know, are they delivering the highest amount of affordable housing on that site that is viable? And at the Paddock, for instance, you might recall we had to agree 11%. On the former Thomas Peacock school site in Rye, we had to agree 0%. But that will significantly increase the SIL on those sites. But that wasn't a material consideration, it's just a fact. And I think the reason that's just a fact and not a material consideration, and Felicity may want to comment on this, is because SIL is pooled, SIL is collected on all new houses across the district, the ones that aren't self-built or affordable. So we're pooling that money across the district to help to contribute to the delivery of infrastructure across the district. So, and to give you some figures on that, in the rural area alone, excluding Bexhill, we have collected over £4 million of SIL. That isn't money that goes into the council coffers, that is money that is ring-fenced to be spent on infrastructure. Some of it goes directly to the parishes, and some of it has been allocated already, and some of it, as you know, there's just been a new governance structure agreed so that we can start to allocate SIL money again, is about to start. Some of that money will go on big ticket items like big transport projects, perhaps, quite rightly. Some of that, and this is the way specifically how the system's been set up, will go to towns and parishes to meet infrastructure needs that they identify. So that can still happen, and the SIL collectively can still provide across the district, regardless of an individual development, whether that SIL amount changes or not. But one last example, Hilbury Fields in Ticehurst, my understanding is that was granted with a 106 requiring 40% affordable housing. That would have delivered a SIL in total of £333,000. But the developer came back and said, and demonstrated from a viability point of view, they couldn't deliver any affordable housing on site, which had to be accepted. We accepted that. We didn't consider the uplift in SIL at that time. We just considered the fact that we had to accept it wouldn't deliver affordable housing. But that SIL is now gone up to £759,000. So it's over £400,000 more. So collectively, you know, we've pulled more SIL in because of that. And we've just had the first payment in March of £220,000, which goes into the SIL pot. A portion of that goes to Ticehurst. But we will be considering, obviously, through the panel, how to allocate that best and how to prioritise that money. So, in my view, affordable housing is a priority. We're not meeting our needs. I can talk about the figures if you like. And in terms of SIL, we're still collecting collectively significant amounts which we can distribute. Thank you.
I think I'd like Joe to sort of speak next about his area. And one thing I'd just like you to comment on is point 2, which is the removal of reference to rural and designated protected areas, because I'd like the committee to understand precisely what that means.
Thank you, Chair. And it's going to be difficult to add to Jeff's comprehensive update on things, but I think there is something to add on what the Chair mentions, but also on the nature of shared ownership products. Now, the removal of the designation that the Chair mentions and the lifting of local connection criteria on the shared ownership units only applies to the shared ownership units. So the affordable rented units will go through our allocations policy, local connection criteria will apply as is normal. on the shared ownership products, it's because this is Homes England grant funded, it's a condition of the grant funding that the local connection criteria is lifted. However, we have a lot of experience of working with RP providers, such as, in this case, Optivo, to make sure that we market properties locally, early and exclusively, so that we make sure that the local people are given an inside track and can register an interest first and be accepted onto the scheme first. And indeed, already the parish is aware of this development, and that can be happening right now. Those conversations can be happening right now. So another implication to the lifting of the designation is that there is an 80% cap in rural areas within Rother, and in which case, by which I mean, that people can staircase to 80% ownership of the property. So they're capped at 80%. By lifting that protection, we are allowing staircasing to 100% on the shared ownership units. And what that means is, if a person, I should say, chooses to staircase in 10% tranches up to 100%, they get the freehold of the property, and the same as a private sale owner, in a traditional mortgage system. So I think this speaks back to the product's purpose and the function of a shared ownership product. It's called affordable housing, but the NPRF definition of affordable housing is very broad, and Jeff has written it down somewhere, which we can quote to you, because it is unhelpful. In some ways, we understand why it needs to be termed as affordable tenure, so that it can be put into local plan policy. It is a little misleading. It's a form of home ownership, and fortunately, you might say, for previous generations, they didn't need this because they could afford properties on the open market. Because, as is the case presently, house prices are 14 times median incomes. 14 times. And those who, colleagues of ours who are on above average households earnings are unable to access traditional mortgages, even in areas where one would, are less desirable to purchase housing. So this is a crisis, and it is a housing crisis, and it's affecting rural and urban areas, and we need to pull together. And it is unfortunate and a frustrating dynamic for everyone, I'm sure, of this distinction between district and local policy demands and how those two interface. And that's where I think we need to improve as a district, and it's something I've identified as a priority, is to improve how we communicate with our parish partners and community partners to try and share this problem and collaborate in a better way, so that we understand the nature of the problem and we understand the benefits of shared ownership and the constraints. This is not a silver bullet. I'm not pretending it's a perfect solution, but it's the best solution that we've got, and it's an answer to what is a crisis, and it needs addressing, because our younger people, our younger households are in a desperate position, and I won't repeat the temporary accommodation numbers that are coming through our door in increasing number. There aren't local authorities fairly close by for whom that is one of the sole causes of their being able to produce a balanced budget. So, it's a serious issue, and this is a solution. And it may be there are flaws to the solution, which have been very well articulated by Grant. But I hope we can demonstrate that we can mitigate some of those challenges.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to open the floor to questions to anyone, really, including Felicity, who's with us, Councillor Langlands and Councillor Ganley.
Yeah, a question for you, Joe, then. So if we remove this clause about, being able to get 100%, you can buy up to 100% of the property. What we're effectively not doing then is enabling other people along the way to have an affordable home, because you would own it outright and you would sell it outright for more. So have I got that right? So my assumption is then that if we allow this cap to go to 100, we are actually then preventing that property to be affordable to anybody else later on.
essentially, yes, you're removing the perpetuity element of it. If a person chooses to staircase to 100%, these are lifetime homes, though. You know, they can be, people may choose to use them as a starter to then sell in 5-10 years' time to then access a traditional mortgage, but they may be happy with 60% for the rest of their life. These are homes. They're not necessarily stepping stones. They can be used as such. Right? So I suppose different families, again, circumstances change, don't they? People get new jobs or they get made redundant, or I don't know, you know, it'll be different.
The size of the property might be something, if they are expanding families, that they would have to.
But I think, you know, that the perpetuity argument is a balance to be struck, and, you know, we take a view on each site-by-site basis, and there is, you know, we are keen to encourage people to staircase to 100% where it's possible.
It's a good question that Councillor Langland's asked, and glad you did that. Joe, is that condition, that removal, is that a deal breaker? I mean, is that a problem? Would that create a big problem for Optivo if you didn't remove that 80% cap?
It's something we typically do in these circumstances. I haven't consulted Optivo on that point, but I can't imagine that it would necessarily be something that would,
Ganley.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Brown has already spoken of the loss of SIL money, some £260,000. And the Chairman mentioned that we have to consider not just the needs of the local community, but also the needs of a wider Rother. Well, Rother needs £250,000 in SIL money in order to pay for the infrastructure that is required throughout the district. I suspect also that this goes against Rother policy, which requires pepper potting of affordable homes within a development. And I'd be grateful for a clarification on that point. With regard to shared ownership, I understand that shared ownership requires an income of something like £50,000 a year. So it is not for the lower paid. And the idea that you could staircase up to 100% would, of course, mean that that affordable home would no longer be available to the public. I'm also a little puzzled by Jeff's reference to an exception site, because this is not an exception site, so I'd be grateful for clarification on that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just on the exception site, yeah, this is not an exception site. I was highlighting how the plan is looking to use all the tools available to achieve as much affordable housing as possible, and how it needs to plan for exception sites in order to meet the need, in addition to the provision, which is often limited when private developers are on board, and you're limited to a percentage or perhaps less than that percentage. I'm just highlighting the extent of need, and therefore where the percentage is higher, or 100%, that's in my view a good thing. Pepper potting, that's a really good point to raise. I think that's a really good policy that we have to ensure that we have mixed and balanced communities. But we pepper pot by tenure, and we've done this on all the sites I've worked on. So here we have a mix of affordable rent and shared ownership. So that is still, we can still pepper pot the affordable rent within in clusters in accordance with our policy, to create a balanced community of people who are buying houses and people who are renting.
Thank you. And I think just to reiterate a point that you made, to Councillor Ganley, is that in relation to the SIL, it's sort of swings and roundabouts. So, we approved the one down in Rye, was at Thomas Peacock, where there's no affordable housing at all, and therefore the SIL would be across it, and also the one you mentioned at Hilbury Field. And so I think it's a bit like the discussions we had. The reason this is coming here is because the committee said they wanted to see any variations on 106s, and that was really about affordable housing being taken out. And suddenly we've got a complete reverse situation where it's going the other way. So it's an interesting challenge for us. But it's clear that our policies and I think we had a training session on viability as well to really show what was happening across the country, and very few authorities were actually achieving, for example, their 40%. So I think we get a little bit fixated sometimes on those numbers. But I think the point, I'm not sure that Jeff made the point as well as he did when he did a bit of a class on this, that affordable housing, that shared ownership sits in this grey zone between market housing and affordable housing, and it's put into the affordable housing group for a variety of reasons. One of which, because it becomes available for Homes England grants, and it's not put there for that reason, but they categorise it that way. It also means that it sits within that affordable group, so that you can have the staircasing and so forth. But it actually acts like market housing. It's like market housing without SIL, because it can be 100% owned. So I think in terms of mixed tenure, it's more like having a form of market housing with the social housing. I think that's how I would look at it. I'll just go to Councillor Ganley again first, and then back here. Thank you.
I forgot to mention the fact that, in my opinion, all affordable, a load of affordable homes creates a them and us situation. And I think the best example of that is in your patch in Settlescombe. Eastview Terrace is a development of, was initially a development of all affordable. And there is a view, and I've heard it said, in the parish council before your time, referring to them and us. Them being them up in Eastview Terrace and us in the real village. And that is not good. It should not happen.
Yeah, I totally agree. Although there are quite a lot of owned homes in that area too. Councillor Barnes and then Councillor Prochak.
Yes, Chairman, I want to come back at the outset to some of the legalities around this, but I'm not going to do that by question because I think it requires more detailed exploration. Yeah, but she probably needs to hear the argument rather than simply a question.
Okay, sure.
What I would want to ask is, in one way, it's welcome you can staircase to 100%. Presumably, though, that means you can simply sell on the open market, or is there any restriction to whom you can sell? That's a question for Joe. The other one is, and I'm not sure who can answer this, possibly the lawyer. My understanding is that after a lapse of 7 years, and I don't want to sound critical of Optiver, the provider can sell on, and I'm not quite clear about the rights of the owner of the other part of the house in those circumstances. I have an example in my village in Churchwarren Clysde, where in effect the lease has now been transferred twice and is with a very much less charitable provider than the one to whom we originally granted permission. I don't know whether any safeguards one can build in about that, or is the lease simply transferable after 7 years to somebody else?
Felicity might want to come in, but I remember I did hear her earlier talking about ownership not being a planning issue. She said it in a better way than me, but she effectively said planning is blind to ownership. So that's not a relevant issue. But the 106 is related, puts the obligations are on the owner, whoever that owner is. So if the owner changes, so if Optivo sold to another provider, then they would still be required to deal with all the clauses in the 106. They'd still have to meet exactly the same requirements and obligations as Optivo. I mean, as an example, my colleague, the one I mentioned earlier, that was built by Optivo, and they've now sold the dwellings to Sage, another affordable housing provider. But it's exactly the same from my colleague's point of view. He has a shared ownership house where the freehold is with the registered provider, but it has changed.
Felicity, go on.
I wonder if I just wanted to come in very briefly. I wonder if what Councillor Barnes is raising in relation to the 7 years is actually a SIL matter. If you claim exemption from the SIL charges on the basis that you are building affordable housing, you then have to build out that affordable housing. But if you don't dispose of it within 7 years, you can sell it without a SIL contribution. The other side of that coin is, if you build it as affordable and therefore you are given relief from SIL, but then you want to sell it as a marketed property, so private market property, within 7 years, you then the planning authority can then claw back the SIL. In other words, if the developer says at 5 years, we've had it available as affordable housing, no one wants it, we're going to sell it on the open market, the planning authority can then impose SIL in relation to that property. So that's where the 7 years moratorium is. If they have not paid SIL but retain it for 7 years, after that 7 years they can sell on the open market as not as affordable housing, but they will not have to pay SIL. So I just wondered if that's where the 7 years had arisen.
Is it?
I think that's helpful, actually.
Okay, no, thank you. I think Councillor Barnes was also just concerned about somebody buying into shared ownership, and it was managed by Optivo, who the owner, the purchaser thought that was a good provider, and they were going to do the right thing, and then suddenly they found that Optivo had sold the shared ownership as shared ownership on to another one, and then another one, and who may not have the same credentials. And I think that's nearly impossible to legislate for.
Well, it's giving rise to considerable problems. Just to make clear, this is not Optivo that sold on, but what has happened in Church Farm Close, Etchingham, is it's now been twice sold on, and it's ended up in the hands of a commercial entity, not a registered provider, and that is causing enormous difficulties to the 4 shared occupants.
Is there a requirement to only sell them on to another registered provider? I don't know who to ask that question to.
Only what I said, really, that the 106 is there, so they've got to meet those requirements. Whoever it is, they're going to have to still act accordingly.
The case Councillor Barnes refers to was quite a complex case, and I think maybe it's using a model that's in the one that's in the lease that's become quite outdated. I think is a challenge there, but it's something maybe we can take away. I don't know. The principle of the question though remains, and as Jeff says, I think the conditions of the 106 are the important thing to provide some comfort. There was also another question Councillor Barnes asked, just to reassure around the fact that the lease, at the point at which 100% ownership is achieved, the lease is extinguished and a freehold then exists. So just to clarify that point.
Did you want to say something? Your hand went up and down.
I just wanted to comment that it appears to me that there's possibly a step that is needed to be taken, which may not have been considered. I don't know if the members are aware of the recent case of quite close to home, Stonewater and Wealden. In that, it was found that the agreement for the percentage, so the Section 106 agreement governs how much affordable housing provision you can have on that site. So I'm not generally a numbers girl, so I don't know what 8 out of 20 works out to as a percentage, but essentially there's an agreement that that is the set percentage. If we want to depart from that by varying the deed, varying the Section 106, we can do that, but we do have to account for that in policy terms. So again, a decision would have to include a consideration of why we are departing from our own policy. I think LHN1 is our mixed communities policy, but our policies do seem to anticipate a time where there could be a site which we may want to be wholly affordable, and that seems to me to be provided for in LHN4, which makes reference to there potentially being provision for a wholly affordable site. So, and of course, everything that Jeff and Joe have described in terms of the urgent need for affordable housing would very much fuel the rationale for departing from LHN1 and instead regarding this site as being eligible under LHN4. The reason I'm adding all that techie detail is because I think that would need to be in our decision.
Very much for that, thank you. I'll just go around. Is this just a follow-up question to that or another one? Because there's a couple of people waiting to talk.
I think what has...
Is it a follow-up or is it a...
Well, it arises straight out of what's just been said. I'll come back to it later if you want me to. But
it would be good because there's a couple of others.
It seems to me there is a very strong problem about whether what we're doing today, which I think is necessary, is sufficient. And I want to explore that before.
Sufficient in what terms?
Well, I can see nothing in Section 106 which allows a variation in the number of affordable. Indeed, when you look at the Stonewater 2 judgment against Wealden, effectively Mr. Justice Thornton ruled that you couldn't use a deed of variation to go to 100% affordable. Now, clearly, I think the deed of variation will need to be varied because that's the Section 106. But when you look at Condition 2 of the decision notice, it actually says this has to be built out in accordance with a whole series of plans. Now, one of those, at least one of them, in fact, there are rather more documents which refer to the percentage of affordable and non-affordable. But if I take 2340/19 ASLP 4, that actually is a plan approved by the Planning Commission, which actually not only sets out the layout, but it sets out the pepper potting, and it actually sets out the number of market houses. So I think we have got to actually alter the terms of the Planning Commission. I'm not talking about the substance of what we want to do, but I'm talking about entirely the legal principle, which is really, it comes under Section 73 of the 1990 Act, and the Stonewater judgment, which I have read in its entirety.
Got it, right. Felicity, would you respond to that?
I think the Stonewater judgment essentially said you have a contract which says 35%, and until that is properly and lawfully varied or altered, then you can't simply green light it for 100%. It did arise, obviously, in the context of the SIL contributions. And essentially there, Wealden were just saying, we can't simply green light you for 100% because our Section 106 says 35%. And the challenge was that they weren't constrained in that way by the Section 106. And the court said, yes, they are. The Section 106 does set out the terms. Now, it didn't say you can't vary those terms, but you can only vary those terms, A, when you're asked to do so, and then B, on a proper consideration of whether there is merit to vary in that way. The High Court pointed out that in that case, the applicant hadn't actually asked asked the planning authority to go back and reconsider the percentage of affordable housing. It has simply applied for relief from CIL on 100% of the housing. And it was just saying, the applicant was saying, well, we're promising to bring it forward as affordable, therefore you should give us relief on it. And Wealden was saying, no, wait a minute, we can't give you relief until we're satisfied that there is evidence to support that you will do 100% affordable. And then the court said, well, wait a minute, the applicant hasn't even asked you to do 100% affordable. It's just told you it should have relief from CIL on 100%. So we can vary the Section 106. It could be taken to 100% affordable, but we have to properly consider that move in the context of our policies. So we'd have to account for why we're departing from LHN 1 and whether LHN 4 is in play.
And I think the other question that Councillor Barnes had was, doesn't that impact on the plans themselves, in that the plans were devised to pepper pot and have a layout which somehow satisfied the LHN 1 policy? And
yes, I think that's absolutely true, that there are many documents that would need to be reviewed in relation to this planning permission. But those variations could be made by agreement between the council and the developer. But the council has to be able to explicitly evidence that we've considered, do we want this site to go to 100% affordable? Is that within the local plan terms? If it is, how is it within the terms of the policies? And why have we decided that this site is suitable to go to 100% affordable?
Yes, Mr. Justice Thornton already made the point that the figure was in agreement with the original planning application granted by the planning committee and the decision notice issued, which had certain conditions that had to be fulfilled.
Yes.
Now, when I look at this one in the light of that judgment, condition 2 says that this has to be built out in accordance with a whole series of plans and documents. So can those be altered without resort back to the original decision-making body? Because we don't have a change of planning application in front of us. We simply have a deed of variation. And that's why I asked really whether, while it's probably necessary to do what we're doing with the Section 106, is it sufficient to do what we're doing with the 106?
There you go, Felicity.
Yes, now I'm at the disadvantage of not having the decision at my fingertips, so I haven't been able to view the conditions. But insofar as what the High Court found in Stonewater was that the Section 106 was the primary instrument that governed what proportion of the site must be affordable. And it was possible, therefore, to vary that amount, that percentage, because it's governed by the Section 106, and the developer and the council can agree to vary the Section 106. I think you're right that that does throw up a satellite question, though, about what happens to the conditions if the conditions themselves imply a set percentage. And I would need to consider that further, in truth.
The Prochack first. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can I just talk about Hurst Green in particular? I can understand why the parish council are concerned about this and have got questions. So it's good that we're airing these things. Going back to the Hurst Green neighbourhood plan, which they're really getting on with and are almost ready to go to Regulation 14. Thank you. And so obviously this kind of stopped them in their tracks. However, going on to the Hurst Green neighbourhood plan site, which is part of the parish council, it actually says on the Hurst Green neighbourhood plan site that Optivo took over the site acquired the site in November 21. So I do agree with what Joe Powell has said. There's been some kind of lack of coordination or communication or information that we can certainly improve upon. And what was interesting about that is that Hurst Green had to find 75 new homes and 40% affordable and 30 affordable. So in acquiring this site, actually, they will be delivering what they've promised. And the issues for Hurst Green, the issues for all our villages, and potentially Bexhill, I don't know so much, but Hurst Green Neighbourhood Plan commissioned a study of the housing needs of Hurst Green. And the quote I wrote down was, "Market homes remain out of reach for many residents." And you heard that stark reality 14 times to actually begin to own a home in Rother. So, my goodness, that is a gift. If we're getting shared ownership, it is a gift for our residents. The number of rented doesn't change much, I don't think. It's, I think they were going to have, the original one was 8. But they've changed the mix, and I don't know whether that goes back to a point. 6, they've got 6. Before there were going to be 12 market, and now the others are now all shared ownership. And so all the way through their Hurst Green report is that there's a significant gap in affordability, And as Joe Powell said, we've got a crisis here. And this is one way we can solve it. I explained it to my parish council this last week, and they said, let's have one here in Robertsbridge. It's a gift. It's an absolute gift for us. And the other thing that's a concern is the infrastructure levy. And the infrastructure levy, actually, Hurst Green Parish Council didn't put any list forward for infrastructure. They didn't put any list forward, so I'm not sure what their projects are. We have just recently given them 30,000 for a community grant for their children, what they call the Children's Park, which is a really great project. So you have to look at, in the broad sense, the infrastructure, what is being lost. Because, as Jeff said, we know on this committee, we know the first thing that falls by the wayside is affordable housing. As soon as viability is challenged, that goes.
Yes, Felicity, could you just answer one question which I think might help? Should the committee agree this variation, can any other knock-on, or you said satellite issues, be resolved afterwards? You said you had to give certain things more consideration. Can they be given? Can this be agreed, and those issues be dealt with after?
Yes, I think that, and I'm very much agreeing here with, I think, Mars's summary of the situation. I think that there does need to be a detailed review of the application papers. The applicant, Optivo, suggests to us 7 matters in the paperwork that would need to be amended or reviewed. But I think the council would have to do their own review of the papers involved in the grant of permission to look at whether any of those would need variation and whether they could be varied. So those are the matters that I think would remain outstanding. But as Mars suggests to us, it's certainly possible for the committee to approve in principle the variation of the percentage of affordable housing on this site to 100% in light of the local need and all of the matters that Jeff and Joe have referred to today. And then essentially before that agreement is ever executed, that's the stage at which planning and legal would go through it with a fine-tooth comb to see if everything else about the permission can work, but at a 100% affordable housing level. And that's essentially the detail that Miles is saying. It can be approved in principle, and then planning and legal go away and do the detail and make sure it works and everything joins up. Okay. So that can be done.
All right, that is very clear and explains it. I've got to go to, there's quite a few people sort of in front of you, John. Councillor Ganley.
I am led to believe that in the view of a barrister, a new planning application would also be required. Would you agree?
No. And that's not what the Stonewater case suggests to us.
Councillor Lang.
This is fairly hypothetical, really, I suppose, in some ways. But if we're looking at trying to increase affordable and we're having this terrible problem with viability, and we're prepared to lose SIL on one site for 100%, have we ever considered how we can reduce SIL on other sites to get them moving, as opposed to putting all our eggs in one basket for one site that goes against, I think, the pepper potting idea and the view of having mixed communities? Just hypothetical.
I think I can answer the question for you. The answer is no. The SIL rate is a SIL rate, and it's applied as it is. I mean, there may be a new process for that with the government, but at this point in time, there is no arbitrary relief on SIL at different rates for different sites. If you wanted to do that, you'd have to go through the whole process of establishing SIL. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, surely that's a 106. That's what I'm saying. If we're looking at this,
it's not a 106 issue. It's not Felicity. Am I right?
Confused.
I mean, you'd like
I'm confused.
No, that's right. The SIL obligations apply across the board. The only way you get relief from them is by fitting into one of their exceptions, one of which is affordable housing.
But what I would make a point is that in the new SIL governance structure, there is what's called a residual fund, so that there will be SIL collected that isn't available for match funding with parishes, just because of a variety of reasons not to go to now, and they fall into a residual fund, which is there to help in areas where you have 100% affordable. So you say, well, it's 100% affordable, we're getting the SIL, but we have a little pot of SIL over here that we could apply should the correct infrastructure come along. So there's that new governance structure has a facility there to at least assist. A question you wanted to raise? You had it?
No.
Okay, good. Councillor Mary Barnes.
Yes, thank you. Was it back? It's still wrong, isn't it? Is the development at Hurst Green going to be built out as it is planned and designed?
Yes, I think it is. There's not going to be any changes. There's not going to be a change to the actual
So
plan
it will be
itself.
the mix of 2-3 bedroom houses. Okay. The rented houses comes as a great relief. I mean, I don't see any harm in upping the number of rented houses. But as far as the affordable houses are concerned, I'm not sure that Hurst Green can do what we're all supposing they can do, just treat with unalloyed joy the idea of buying a house that is affordable. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine has a daughter who has bought a house on Bankyfield in Ticehurst. Her husband, the husband of the girl who's buying it, earns £27,000 a year. In order for them to be able to get a foot on that ladder, the rest of the family had to chip in so that they could help, so that they could do that. I forget the actual amount. I mean, I don't know whether John remembers, but it was a not inconsiderable sum of money for a family who don't have a lot of money. She's now in her house, and now she wants to do some staircasing up. Now, I gather that at every stage of the way, that is going to require some sort of legal documentation so that they can go on to the next stage. I think what I'm most worried about are the hidden bits and pieces, the financial bits and pieces that go along with buying an affordable house. It isn't always the beer and skittles that it appeared.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you referring to shared ownership?
Shared ownership. Shared ownership. It's absolutely perfect for young professional couples or for professional couples of any sort who don't have the problem that people struggling to buy their first house can have. I mean, you could say, well, why didn't they just go for a rented house? But they don't want to do that. They want to buy their own house. And I think that they were quite dismayed by the extra, and whether this is true of all registered providers, I don't know. But certainly in this case, and it was the same registered provider that is allowed to do the one in Hurst Green, that it was for them a huge financial undertaking, which was quite unexpected. I'd like to ask another question, and that is, in the...
It was a huge undertaking, financial undertaking to step up, or just to do it?
To do it, and quite unexpectedly.
Because of what cost?
Because because the registered, I don't know whether I can, I mean, I can say so, it's Optivo, but Optivo was actually ran a sort of lottery. And I was in on this as it was all going on because they were just so upset about it. What happened was that they were told that £27,000 did not guarantee them for a house. They ran a sort of lottery where for weeks and weeks and weeks they were not aware that they had got the house at all, even though the family had chipped in with all the extra money. And it was a not inconsiderable amount of money. Sometimes I think it's a good idea to have a look at how the registered providers actually go on, because in this case, there was something about it that was really very unfair to a couple who had an enormous amount of worry, quite unnecessarily, about what should have been a really, really joyful
Should we just get Joe to comment on that? He might be able to.
I don't know anything about that case, but I can attest to my own experience of home buying. It's always stressful, and people are often making money out of it, and there are hidden costs, and there are costs that you don't foresee in private sale purchases. And that's not to dismiss the concerns. Optivo are a regulated and trusted partner, and this process is regulated. So if there are anything, it would be good to learn more about that case, Councillor Barnes. Yeah, so we can look into it, but I would be reluctant to base our view of the shared ownership products wholly on one example. And I would remind members that home ownership is an investment, and it costs quite a large amount of money, and you benefit from that investment. So, you know, the house price inflation, for example, on that case, who's now a shared owner. So.
I mean, I think it's a valid concern, but I'm not sure that it actually affects this decision per se, because there would be shared ownership on this site in the original plan anyway, because of the 40% is broken, 2/3, a third, and they could try and vary that as well, and that could be varied within the agreement. So I think it's a valid concern for Joe to take to Optivo and ask him about it.
I can actually provide. I think she kept a diary of how she went on. So I'll give that to you, Joe.
Well, thank you. I think we've got Councillor Barnes and then Councillor Langlands.
Yeah, the reason I'm so careful about how we do this is because I am aware that there are now housing companies out there that are actually working with registered providers, in effect, to bypass SIL. I don't accuse Optivo of that, but it means we must get ourselves 100% watertight to make sure that doesn't happen. That's why it worries me a little about... I can't see anything in the Section 106 which allows us to actually increase the number of affordable. It's changing tenure, and actually, in this case, I would have liked to see a few more rented instead of everything being affordable shared ownership. But I couldn't see anything in the Section 106 that actually allows that to happen. There's a fixed figure mentioned.
I think Felicity sort of has answered that question, but if you want to answer it again, I mean, I think that's the core of the question, isn't it?
But the way I did talk to a barrister about this, a planning barrister, not any barrister, and it seems to me the figure in the 106, and I agree there are particular circumstances with Stonewater, so the cases are not on all fours, so the facts of the case do differ slightly. But part of what was a pretty comprehensive judgment was the figure was fixed in accord with the planning permission. And the implication of what Mr. Justice Thornton was saying is that you would have to alter, not necessarily the original decision, but you would have to alter the conditions, particularly condition 2, which actually stipulates a number of plans. Before you actually...
John, I think Felicity has covered this off. That was specifically the question I asked is, could this, if the committee wished to, approve this effectively in principle, so it's approved, and there would be a number of other, as Felicity called them, satellite knock-on effects that could be resolved after, and she said yes.
Yes, but I don't want to... It's like a marriage. Chairman, let me make my point. I obviously haven't made it clear. The question is, does the figure in the Section 106 depend on the planning permission, or does the Section 106 enable you to alter the terms of the planning permission? What we don't want to get is setting a precedent where somebody can build out a site illegally and get away with it and dodge sill. Well, I think that actually is a real danger if we get it wrong.
So Felicity can answer that question. And the last bit, it was actually this whole purpose of the Wealden case, I think. So would you like to just confirm and clarify for Councillor Barnes, yeah?
So I think if I'm understanding you correctly, Councillor, your question is, can the Section 106 be varied in such a way that it would then conflict with the planning permission? The planning permission is the core. The Section 106 is a completely satellite contract that stands alone and is between the planning authority and the developer. So those two parties can vary the Section 106 to any extent that they choose. But you are right that there comes a point where you need to consider whether what is being asked for is actually a variation of the planning permission, not just the Section 106. And that I would expect legal to do the detail on that. And it may be that legal come back to the planning committee and say, actually, this is a variation of the planning permission itself that is being asked for, not just the Section 106. And on that basis, you would then, obviously, that would raise the question about whether a Section 73 application is actually required.
Felicity, apologies, but I had my microphone on. Just to be clear, are you saying that this can be approved in principle should the committee wish to do that, and that those other things can follow afterwards?
Yes, indeed.
And that may mean that some of those things might have to come back to the committee or might not?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, are you happy with that now, John? Well, you've got the advice from the legal... You have the clear legal advice, which is why we have Felicity here. You may disagree with that because of your contact and what they might have said, but this is the advice that we have to take because this is our legal, the council's advice. And I sort of don't want to go around in this circle and circle because we keep going there. You keep wanting to make it something else, but that is the advice that's been given very clearly.
I would be inclined to differ. I think the legal position is too obscure for us.
Well, you've been given that advice right now. You don't have to defer for the advice. The advice was just given to you. And I think, that's what we're trying to clarify, what we can, what we can't do. Councillor Langlands.
Yes, just another point on the variation. Number 7, my experience of Optivo in terms of their maintenance of things, and also I did get. Well, yes, actually responding to things that need. No, I appreciate that, but going on Trustpilot and looking at that
Doesn't matter.
as well,
Not relevant.
I would like to think that we didn't give them total responsibility for the maintenance.
But this is not relevant at all.
Well,
it's just not.
I
relevant.
would like to see that in a private management company.
This is entirely not relevant to this at all.
It's
it really isn't. I mean, I don't mean to sort of be critical of you, but it's just not relevant. You're bringing up an example from Trustpilot, which may or may not be true. There's no evidence. It's just a singular thing.
It's people. It's actually part of some of my residents that I've dealt with.
The officers have looked at this, and if there was an issue with Optivo having some extraordinarily bad record in terms of the management of the open spaces, that would have been highlighted. But that isn't the case. And I do appreciate what you're saying, that some of your residents have had problems, and I know that I have residents that have problems with service levels and so forth. But for the purpose of this, it's unjustifiable. I think that's the case. Would you? I just have to defer to the development manager on this.
In my view, this isn't relevant, no, to what's under discussion here.
You've got a lot older since you put your hand up, I realise that. Yeah.
You have a long memory, Chairman. Does the 7-year rule apply in the case of a shared ownership which the purchaser staircases up to 100% within the 7 years? Would the council then be able to claw back SIL?
I think I've muddied those waters. Shall I try and just clear them a bit?
Thank you.
Yeah, or you could just say yes or no. No, go on then.
I'm a lawyer. It does not compute.
And I'm a politician.
I just don't want to. I feel I've muddied the waters. The 7 years that I was referring to is just between the planning authority and the developer. And the developer has claimed relief from SIL. They've said, this is an affordable housing unit, so we don't have to pay SIL on it. And the planning authority have accepted that.
Right.
They then have 7 years in which to dispose of it as an affordable housing unit. So operate it as a rented property or pass it on to a registered provider or whatever.
Or shared ownership.
Yes, that would be a use of it.
Affordable, yeah.
If within that 7 years it's not disposed of as an affordable unit, say it might even still be empty, the planning authority can come back to the developer and say,
give us my money.
Where's our SIL money?
Right.
Because you might be planning now on trying to dispose of that on the open market because you haven't been successful with it as an affordable unit. So we say we are now owed SIL on that.
Fair enough.
That is completely separate to the buyer who buys a shared ownership unit. How long they have to staircase up and how far they can staircase up, when they can sell, whether they can sell on the open market, whether they have to give the housing association first refusal, that is all contained in the contract that they sign up to when they purchase that shared ownership unit.
Well, indeed. However, it doesn't really answer the question because the property would go, if it's staircased up to 100% within the 7 years, and they could then sell on the open market, the property would have been sold in the open market. We wouldn't have had the SIL and left with egg in our face. I would want, if I were the council, if I were speaking for the council, I'd want to claim from the developer the SIL money.
But the developer, Yeah, but the developer has sold it on as an affordable unit. So they've kept their end of the bargain.
Yeah, that's true.
So they are relieved from SIL on that.
Yeah, okay.
You're right. The purchaser might very quickly staircase up and sell on the open market if their contract allows them to do that.
Right.
But that isn't going to bring back in the
Okay.
planning authority's entitlement to SIL.
Thank you.
And I think it takes you back to the earlier discussion about the swings and roundabouts of SIL. We make a lot on the Thomas Peacock School and less on this one, and we've just been very sort of tunnel vision in our approach to both SIL and affordable housing. We get more on one and less on the other, and somehow trying to keep that in balance is the issue, so it doesn't go terribly extreme in any one direction. I've got Mary Barnes next, and then I'll come back to you.
I'll be quick because I've only got two questions to ask. Can a rented owner ever become an owner? It does say that they can on the Homes England site.
On the right to buy schemes, there are accessible routes. Those have become increasingly restrictive over the years. I don't know the detail. I'm not an RP manager, but yeah, it is possible in principle. And right to buy still come forward. They're fewer and far between, though.
There are two quick questions. Can I just ask the other one? It says on the recommendation, place and climate change to agree the final terms. What are they?
I think it goes back to the general discussion about agreement in principle, and anything that's outstanding will be agreed between us and legal services. You delegate that down to us.
I think Lynn will go for the... No, I'm going to go Lynn for the last question, actually, John. I really am, because this is taking quite a long time.
Sorry, Chairman. Up to now, I've been talking about process, which is worrying me.
You've spoken about 3 or 4 times, John.
I do know, but this is difficult because there is a substance issue as well as a process issue. If I leave the process issue, I do want to just mention, I think one of the real downsides of what's being proposed here is the £38,000 it will rob the parish council of. They have a major car parking problem in Hurstgrave, desperately in need of infrastructure. We are not only waiving our £250,000, but we are automatically waiving their £38,000.
I'm going to sort of respond to that one, because it's a fair question. I think it's a fair question. Firstly, I made the point at the beginning that we are here to make a district-wide decision, and it does affect parishes. And all of us who are parish chairmen, there are a few of us, at least 3 in the room here, and others who have been on parish councils and have these discussions, look at the view from that point. But there are these decisions which will sometimes clash. Now, having said that, I made the point earlier that there is, in fact, a residual fund for where there are these sites. It's not been activated because the system hasn't really started yet, but it is there, so there will be. And I've had more than one discussion with Andrew Brown, the chairman of the Neighbourhood Plan Group, because they haven't quite got to their Regulation 14, and I suggested to him that he might look at and have a discussion with the various policy managers that they perhaps form they're at an early enough stage that if they chose to, they could form their neighbourhood plan, as did Ticehurst, where they had an affordable site and they had another totally market site, so their balance was 40%. I don't know how the policymakers would respond, but that model has come forward, which in fact would mean that they would make more SIL in the end, because they would be getting 25% on the full amount of market houses. Now, that may not fly, that may not be acceptable or not, but that is certainly an angle for them to look at. As Councillor Prochak said, Hurst Green didn't actually submit any infrastructure list or plan for match funding, which is sort of quite surprising, because we really pushed it for them to do it, and in so doing have basically said they don't have a scheme at the moment. So that is a concern. And now if they do have a scheme, they should put it into the list, because the reason we put the match fund in for SIL for parishes was to be able to significantly increase the amount of SIL available to parishes, not just their 15% or 25%, to really deliver infrastructure, one, but as a pretty good financial incentive to balance decisions on housing as well. You know, it's a bit of a carrot, really. So I think we have to be aware of that, but we have to be aware of the dramatic shortage of housing. And I am personally a little concerned that, you know, Optivo have already departed from building in Wealden, and, you know, they've moved away from the site in Northiam, the one that we originally agreed to have less affordable housing on, which they're looking at. And so, you know, we have to be a little bit aware of what the knock-on effect of this decision. Oh, and it is a tricky decision. I mean, all the issues raised today are absolutely, you know, valuable and valid issues. And I'm really pleased that we've had Felicity here to explain the legal implications, because this whole change of the government incentivising RPs with their grants has flipped the coin in a matter of 2 years, hasn't it? 2 years ago we weren't having this discussion. The reason this is here is because we were, as a committee, annoyed that we kept seeing these viability studies. So it's absolutely new ground, and I think it's been a really good discussion. So if you're happy with that, John, I'm going to move to Lynn, and then I think I'll see if anyone wants to make a proposal, because I am aware of time. Lynn.
Just the last question, and I've got to say that I have actually a passion for people being able to afford a home. It's one of the most important things that I think any family want, and I hope we can achieve that in Rother. But my last question, and it is on maintenance, but I hope it's appropriate. Yes, you can wag your finger if it isn't. If you own 100% and get the freehold, does that take you out of the maintenance charge? Because that sort of concerns me as well. Do you get tied into a maintenance, whether you own the freehold or your leasehold, or I would love that clarified.
Joe might be able to clarify that. Can you clarify that?
It's quite a lot of detail. It would depend on the site, I would imagine, because it's site-specific. But if you own a freehold on a managed plot of land, you would be expected to pay a contribution, I imagine, to the upkeep of that land, as is normal of any shared approach in that way. So yes, you would, but as you would in the private sector.
Good. All right. Thank you. That's quite an extensive discussion. Would somebody like to make a proposal here? You would like to move in favour. Would somebody like to second that? Councillor Norton to second that. So we have a proposer and a seconder to approve this Section 106 amendment, and I'd like to take a vote. Those in favour, raise their hand. That's numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. And those against? Those against? Those against? Can I have a proper show of hands? Are you up or down? You're abstaining. So we have 2 against and abstentions? 2 abstentions. Does that add up? Yeah. Good. So that application for that variation is approved, and I thank Felicity very much for being put on the spot for a lot of advice. Thank you very much.
Can I just thank Felicity? Felicity, can I just say that you have clarified so many things. I know I go off tangent a bit, but you have clarified so many things today in a form that I fully understand, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much.
No, it's a pleasure.
Great. Okay, we're going to try and get through this. So item 12 is proposed changes to the scheme of delegation and establishment of a planning consultation group. This was deferred from the last meeting for a bit of clarification, and Miles is going to go through it. I want to just add a couple of comments before any discussion, and then this might help. So,
all right, thank you very much, Chair. This is proposed changes to the scheme of delegation and establishment of a planning consultation group. The purpose of the report is to propose changes in the scheme of delegation for certain planning applications which currently are determined at Planning Committee and whether they are more appropriately dealt with under delegated powers. it's been resolved that the Officer Scheme of Delegation in respect of the planning service be amended by requiring all non-major applications that are automatically determined by Planning Committee to be discussed at the Planning Consultation Group of members and officers organised by the Development Management Service. That secondly, the Planning Consultation Group be established and comprised of the Chair of the Planning Committee or Vice Chair in its stead, and 2 other members be chosen by rota, the Development Manager or area team leaders in the area, the Development Manager's stead, and where appropriate, the case officers in a presentational capacity. The Planning Consultation Group shall determine only whether the said applications will be dealt with by Planning Committee or more appropriately returned to officers to decide under delegated powers. Nothing in these recommendations shall affect the local member's right of calling. A list of such applications and the outcome of the Planning Consultation Group's decisions be reported to the next scheduled Planning Committee, and finally the Council's constitution be amended accordingly. I haven't really got an awful lot to say, but just to say that the meeting will be held on the Monday prior to the deadline. That's what's expected for submission of committee reports. So it'll be about 3 weeks before the actual committee date. So we have time to get that decision and put that within the committee papers for members' perusal. So apart from that, I would recommend, one more point, the quorum is to be 3, and the chair shall have a casting vote with difference of opinion between members or any abstentions arise. Sorry, has everyone got that? Yeah, thank you very much. So,
Okay, so before discussion, I wanted to clarify, because there was a bit of sort of misinformation, I suppose, because of the original report wasn't perhaps clear. This only deals with that small section of applications which are member or officer applications. And firstly, if you call something in, it bypasses this. It's only intended to deal with, really, those applications by a member or officer which are small and if they go to committee, they do take quite a lot of time. You all know the ones I'm talking about. You know, somebody's got a new front door or something like this, and are probably for refusal or refusal or approval. So if something's for approval and there are no objections, there's no real reason why it should take up a lot of officer and committee time. However, what I would say is, I've had this discussion with Miles, but I think the report was done, so it was best just to talk about it. My view is that the recommendation should be amended just to say that any officer or member, should they wish their application to be heard from by the committee, can do so. So that, I think a good example, we had Councillor Dixon who had an application a while ago for a conservatory and it was for refusal. He couldn't really see the rationale for that. It came to the committee. The committee agreed to approve it. And so if you had that situation, but under this, all Councillor Dixon would have to say is, I want my application to be heard by committee. And what that means is that the only ones that that will really be vetted out by this process are the ones that are up for approval, by the given delegation, and it's going to save an enormous amount of officer and committee time on not going and look at somebody's front door, really. So that's the intention, and that's what I would recommend is added to that. So on that basis, I'll open up. I think John Barnes was first with his hand, and that's just on the call-in, though. Yeah, it doesn't affect officers that can't call things.
I fear, Chairman, I've had my ear bent by at least 3 parish clerks.
Something that's got nothing to do with parish clerks.
Well,
or parish councils, actually, nothing whatsoever. This is how we, as a district council, deal with the applications of our members and our officers. And that's why, in this case, parish councils are not really involved. That's an important point to make. I am the biggest supporter of being the chairman of a parish council of parish councils, but this is not actually their business.
With great respect, Chairman, they have a right to actually appear in front of us and make their points on applications. We have done that as a reform. So I'm sorry, it is relevant to them. Whether they've got it right is a different matter. So I do want to ask a couple of questions. One of the parish clerks has asked, what is the actual legal standing of this body? And it's a difficult one because it's not a subcommittee. If it were a subcommittee, it would have to meet in public and could be overridden by the parent committee. So if it's a working group, now a working group normally doesn't take a decision. It's the officer who takes the decision in the light of the consultation. I'll leave Miles meditating on that one while I ask my question, which did not come from the clerks. And it may be that this does define the scope, as I hope it is, rather than as a broad general one. What are the applications that automatically come to this body? Because this paper concerns all applications that come to this body. If the ones that come automatically are only members and officers, then this is a very limited paper.
Thank you, Garnet.
So the first point, what's a legal standing? My understanding from what I set up and my experience in other local authorities is you make a decision, if decision is the right word, about whether something could be dealt with under delegated authority or under, or it carries on as it would in the past to committee. And I think it's up for the people who attend the PCG group to look at that, to appraise it and make that decision. As you know, from your experience, often these things go through very quickly. They're very minor, they're very uncontroversial, but they automatically have to be heard at committee. So, sorry.
Sorry, apologies, I have to go about industrial action on the waste.
Okay, so my point here is that it's just a way of filtering out some of these cases which are uncontroversial. I don't see it as being something which is a subcommittee. As you say, it's not meeting in public. It is a group, but the only decision, if you want to use the word decision, is that does it go forward to committee or does it actually go back and be delegated by, or dealt with by officers under delegated powers? So I think that's my understanding of it, and a parish councillor, I'm sure, could make representation.
They simply make a representation to their member who says, I'd like this called in.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
You safeguard the call-in.
Yeah.
Yes.
And more than that, the recommendation I'm suggesting is that if anybody wants their application called in, the officer or member just has to say, I want this called in. So there is always that. There's all the opportunity that still exists, but there is also the ability to deal with those non-controversials.
Okay. Sorry, one more question that I didn't answer. I didn't have a chance to answer, which was paragraph 3 in the main body report. Such applications are those which are submitted by officers, elected members, or their relatives of said officers or members, as well as applications by the council and applications on council-owned land. So that.
Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 6, the last sentence, it says when the little group presents their list to the planning committee, it says there will be no opportunity for the planning committee to change the recommendation of the PCG. So it had already been taken.
Yeah, I mean, the point being that it's a filtering mechanism. So if it's decided not to go forward to committee, then it's dealt with under delegated powers. And you'll get a copy of that decision at the next committee. So it relates, it's held a week before the committee paper's deadline to give a chance to stuff that would automatically go to committee, whether it needs to or not. That's the gist of this.
you'll still see that all those applications. You'll still know they're not sort of applications that nobody will see. They are applications which appear on the weekly list. You have the normal discussions. The only difference is this affects only officers and members and relatives. Is that if they're non-controversial, the planning group can say, look, it's up for approval. Nobody's objected to it. It's very small. It should go on. But if that member or officer says, no, actually, I would like my application to be dealt with by committee, then it will be dealt with. That's the change.
So it's really just a streamlining situation.
Just take those really little ones out that just take a whole lot of time. Councillor Meir and then Councillor all over the place. Yeah,
Yes, Chair. Oh, sorry.
No, so Councillor Meir first, and then Councillor Stevens, and then Councillor Gown.
Yes, Chair, I was just a little bit concerned by your proposed amendment that officers or councillors would be able to insist on coming to committee.
Yes.
Doesn't that put the officer or member in a better position than any other member of the public, any other applicant? The remedy would normally be for somebody who feels their application should come to committee to approach their another member, if it's a member of the council, or their ward member, otherwise, if it's an officer, and that those ward members would then decide whether it was right to call it in.
Well, aren't they already in that better position because it automatically goes there? And aren't they already aren't they already in that? You say better position. Aren't they already in that better position because it already goes there? It automatically goes there, whereas otherwise it may not. And going to committee does not necessarily mean a better result, does it?
Well, true. It does seem to give an option that isn't open to others. I was concerned about that.
It's not open to them now. They have that option. It automatically goes to committee now. It actually takes, if you looked at it the other way, it sort of takes it away, but it doesn't take it away because it filters out small ones, but only if people want them filtered out. Does that make sense?
Yeah, just for the group.
Yeah. I mean, all those people, the officers, members, and relatives, automatically go there now. So you could say they automatically have that advantage over another delegated application, any of the 95%, who only would see their application go to committee if it was called in or it was a major application.
Well, I won't die in a ditch over that. The other one was in recommendation part 4. It says local members' right to call in. I expect it means, it does mean any member, doesn't it? Not just the ward member, because the rule is that any member can call in.
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it just says local member, just it should say member.
the local.
Yeah. Council. Well, yeah, it takes out local member, takes the word local out.
Local.
Yeah. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, just want to know if I got it right. So this will go on the weekly list, and then you can call it in or not call it in. So it just goes, it won't automatically be looked at. Yeah. Right, okay. Yeah.
Sorry, they might say it's going for refusal. And you go, well, hang on a second. I'd really like the committee to have a look at this, like Councillor Dixon. It will automatically go to the committee then, right? So nobody can take anything out that they really want to go to the committee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Didn't have my microphone on for some of that. Apologies. deal with one at a time. Go on.
Yeah, okay, on that point, it says in respect requiring all non-major applications that are automatically determined by planning committee. So it then goes on to the qualifying group of what those applications are, which is paragraph 3 of the main body of the report.
You know, all those 95% of the applications are dealt with by delegated power. We're talking about, and in fact, as we just said a minute ago, if you have any concerns about an application, you just call it in, and it bypasses that group. This is only intended to filter out those which are, you know, really for approval that are very small applications and there's no objection to. But you always have the bypass.
Yes, so, but that, what you're saying then that contradicts what appears elsewhere in the document.
Well, no, it doesn't. Paragraph 3, that tells you what applications which are submitted.
Yeah, and it says, what is it? What does it say about non-major applications?
Well, I was asked to define major applications in paragraph 2, which I've done. And paragraph 3, such that these are the applications, and they're the ones which, you know, they cover really that part of the application form where you have to tick whether you're related to a member or an officer.
Yeah.
And it comes off that. So that's the criteria. And what it's saying in recommendation 1 is that non-major applications are automatically determined by planning committee. So it's those ones. Now, whether I say that's in paragraph 3 of the main body of the report, for clarity or not, I can do that, but I'm not sure it contradicts.
There are only 3 types of applications, I think, that are automatically going to committee. Call-ins, one's from an officer of the council, or one or relative, or one from a member. They're the only ones that automatically come to a committee.
Yeah.
Every other ones are effectively delegated. However, it is normal practice that major applications will, by virtue of their status, come to the committee. But they don't all.
I think by
Clavering Walk, that was a major.
I think by referring to non-major applications, it's rather muddying the waters. I think you should rephrase your.
I was asked to put in something about majors by another member, so I'm a little bit stuck here with which one I should go for.
Well, you could amend the bit where it says it's only officers and members and as relatives, and saying and provided there's not a non-major, so that wouldn't be too difficult to modify.
Yeah, well, I could, but that's I think what it was like beforehand. So,
but it was badly written beforehand. It's a little better now.
But this is only intended to deal with member and officer applications.
I know. That was the intention. But what is written is different from what's stated intention. Can I continue with the other issues with this? This resolution purports to amend the Constitution. The Planning Committee has no power to amend the Constitution.
The Planning Committee does have certain delegated powers to amend the Constitution.
Really? Well, I would tend to disagree, but there we go. Question of transparency.
You disagree, but it does.
It's not the opinion of others. The reason that these applications come before the Planning Committee in open discussion is for reasons of transparency. We want to show, it's essential, in fact, that we show the public that we are not making these decisions behind closed doors, particularly in favour of members and officers and their relatives. These are the very ones that should be done in public for the reasons of transparency. And to change that is unacceptable. I'd just say that the fewer closed meetings we hold, the better. The more they hold, the more our image is tarnished. I'm delighted that you have changed the limitation on calling in to permit all members to call in.
or officers? Or officers for their application?
No, all, well, yeah.
All members and all officers.
But all members can call in any application, including the ones proposed to be heard by the panel. Good. That is a good decision. I question how much time will be saved also. Since there are so few, and they are generally dealt with in a few minutes, I think it's highly unlikely that any time much time would be saved. Well, the most important to me is this question of transparency, and I cannot go along with it.
Maybe it's a suggestion that if the committee wishes to progress with it, it's done as a trial period. See what happens. I know, for example, I think it's Hastings have a panel that actually vet call-ins. So, so a member might call something in and it might get vetted out, which is quite interesting, but they do exist. Councillor.
Yes, I think actually Councillor Ganley said a lot of what I've been thinking too. You say a small number. Do we actually know how small? Have we sort of done a sort of count on how many people? Because to my knowledge, there's been we haven't really been wasting our time a lot of the time. And I think from the point of view of it being members, officers, members of the council and relatives, I actually think this clarity, this going and visiting, even if we are looking at the paint on a front door, does show that we're showing transparency. So I'm feeling, and what I'm concerned about, and you've actually picked up on it, which is quite nice, is that are we using a hammer to crack a nut here? Do we need this? And if we are going to go down this route, is it long term? Is it short term till we get out of the situation we're in? So my concerns are for the sort of long-term plan of this, and do we really, really need it?
All right, thanks. I've just looked at my experience and looking back, there's not a huge number, but there can be 2 or 3 in a committee, and sometimes they can be the only ones that come up before us, so there's a resource expended on committee which otherwise could be saved, but those are more substantial applications. So I think there is some time to be saved here and some resource to be saved here. Ultimately, I think the transparency argument is one I understand, but it is dealt with by members. I mean, all it's saying is, well, this can go back and be dealt with under delegated powers. It's not saying any more than that. It's either that or it's being allowed. And, you let it go through, sorry. You refer it back for approval under delegated powers, or it goes through to committee as before. So that's all it really is, and it is just a filtering mechanism. In your judgment, is it worth it? Well, that's a matter for you to decide. But it is a way perhaps where we might save a couple of committee meets per annum. Yes, I understand, yes, so it's that balance.
I'd just like to ask about those applications that have seeking listed building approval.
Concern is that they might not go to committee. Well, it depends on what
they would. Would it be? I think it would be the same. I'll double check that.
I think no mention's been made of listed building approval. I think it might be a good idea if you did. I'm completely with Lynn.
Well, I think this listed building would absolutely depend on what the application was, because whether it fell into a minor or a household or whatever. So it depends. They could fall into any group, couldn't they?
Yeah, I'm just hearing other councillors wondering whether it's such a good idea. If we were to do this, could we do it for a trial period of a year, something of that sort, and then just see how it goes?
I think 6 months was suggested.
Yeah, 6 months.
I think some really good points have been made, and the point of transparency is an absolutely valid one. And I have to say, in terms of openness of council, clearly, we have introduced not only recordings but video recordings and access like that, which has added enormously to the benefit of the public. I mean, significantly, you can go away and watch the meeting afterwards in your own time and your own place. So that is, and the fact that we have opened the committee up to parishes and residents and all sorts of things. It does take more time. I mean, everyone's aware of that. It does, it can suck up a lot of time. But I think in the mix of the transparency for this council, it's moved us, light years ahead from where we were, and we have the best public speaking, rules that I've been able to find anywhere. So you have to balance that in terms of this. The two recommendations coming on top of this are that it's to take out the word local members, and to say that any officer or member can have their application dealt by committee should they wish, and they should run for a 6-month trial. So does anyone want to propose it on that basis, and we'll test whether it's an acceptable proposal or not? You'll propose it? Will anyone like to second it?
Can we take those two amendments separately?
No, you have to do the whole thing together. I think so. What do you think? Well, Julian? I don't know. Well, we can. I don't see why we.
Well, you've done them now, so let's do this one first, and then if someone wants to make another.
Is there particular amendments that you're concerned about? Why wouldn't you do it together?
Yes, I'd rather share Andrew's about having removed a privilege or
Well, you just vote against it then.
I can vote against it, yes. Yeah. But the first amendment I would support.
If you support the amendment but don't like the whole idea, then you're going to vote against the whole idea anyway. I'm a bit confused. You like the amendment, but you don't like the whole idea. So you would.
It becomes more attractive in the trial period.
Well, that's what we're going to put. That's what we're putting.
But I still think that if a member or an officer wants it called in, they can contact their ward councillor.
Well, they can just contact the planning department.
I don't see why they should have an automatic right to determine whether they're
because we have one now. It's a safety valve so that no one's application can automatically be ruled out for whatever reason under any administration as well. Yeah. So the recommendation is, as set, modified by point 4, shall affect the members or members' right of call-in. Addition to that, any application of an officer or member any member or officer can ask for their application to be dealt with by committee. Yeah. And that it should be for a trial period of 6 months.
Just one more thing, amendment to recommendation 4. Nothing in these recommendations shall affect members'
That's what I said. That I already said that. Yeah. So that is the recommendation to vote on. Councillor Tempe's proposed. I think Councillor Mayor. No, do you want to modify something? Okay, Councillor Gray has seconded it, so we'll take a vote. So that is the recommendation. Those in favour of that, if you could raise your hands. Well, the recommendation is I read out. Yeah, you proposed it. Okay. So there are 4. Okay, and those against it. Okay, so the recommendation is not passed, so we won't be progressing with that approach. All right. Good. Thank you very much. We have just the one more item to deal with on the list, which is appeals. Yes, Councillor Barnes.
Do apologise, Chairman, for keeping you. I'm happy to take an answer outside of the committee, but can I know the status, please, of the application and the appeal on the Landos Tram Meadow in Burwash?
It's on appeals. It's not listed for some
Happy to
reason.
take it.
Oh,
Answer outside the committee.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's not on the list.
It is pending, but I think it's getting towards its end game now. But it's still not determined.
It's in progress.
Yes.
Do we not show them in progress? I thought we.
Well, it should. Well, there's appeals.
Appeal started. It should say under appeal started.
No,
for
that
some
was
reason,
started a long time ago, wasn't it?
Does it only just? We don't actually have ones that are in
Well,
process.
the lodged. It should be under lodged, I would have thought.
Well, no, it goes from lodged to started, but we don't seem to have a list of what's actually on. In the when it's actually started, it then goes into a sort of a great gap.
Yeah.
There must be others in there too.
Okay. I think.
Yeah. So Miles is just asking if there's anything you want to improve upon what's shown here. Clearly, that's something that isn't shown, isn't it?
It isn't shown.
Yeah.
It is shown somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is what I need to know. If there is things there that aren't as good as they should be, I need to take that back to officers and make sure if their process is going as well as they might, whether we can improve it like anything else.
I don't know why
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do that. So we're nearly there. What I'm just.
Councillor Tim.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Timmy. It's really hard. I had this blind spot here. Sorry, I apologise. Go on.
Right. I don't know if I'm remembering correctly, but previously, when we had this report, we had some sort of graphs with comparisons. Was that something different? That's why I said I'm not sure if I'm remembering correctly.
I think next committee, May committee, there should be a lot of stats because you'll have the year end, you'll have the quarter end, you have the month as well.
Because my question. Okay, so I was confusing that. But my question is 34 appeals lodged.
Okay, I think
seems to be quite.
I can. Well, I mean, this is lodged. Yeah, but it's all really pending because that's what we need to know. Lodged or pending. We need to probably clarify this because we have 70 live appeals at the moment, which is quite a lot.
Yes.
But when I say live, about half of those are yet to start.
Okay.
Because it's partly the backlog with pins. It's partly too that there's been an awful lot of decisions in the last 2 quarters. And when there's a lot of decisions, there's going to be a lot of refusals.
I'm going to make a point there. So on the stats, there's quarterly stats, and they don't come out the next month because they take a bit of time. But also, you're getting monthly stats, which you should get any time this week. It's the one that looks a bit like that without my writing on it. But it's just a bit delayed because I think Ben was away. But I did actually get couple of figures, and I think it's really worth bringing them to light. So since September, the 7 months in September, i.e. when we changed the structure and Miles came on board, we have been issuing decisions at twice the rate that we have since the first quarter of 2019. First quarter starts in it's April, May, June. So that's an enormous volume, and the difficult bit is that in the first quarter of this year, the first 3 months, I shouldn't say the first quarter, the first 3 months of this year, we have had 3 times the average number of applications, 3 times. So we've had something like 840 applications in 3 months, whereas normally in a 3-month period, you might get anywhere between 350 would be a pretty good average. So I mean, it's an enormous task and so the result of that is increase appeals. Because the more decisions you issue, the more appeals. You're going to get, if you're issuing twice the number of decision notices, you will get twice the number of appeals. The positive side is, the last stat, is that on the delegated decisions, the success rate at appeal is about 75%. So 3 and 4 we're successful with, which is not bad really, because, all these things. So that's good. So it's been a very long meeting today. Thank you for everybody. And we will see you at the next meeting, which is listed at the final item on the agenda, 24th of May. So thank you very much, and thank you very much, Felicity, for coming and spending the day with us. It's been a longer day than you probably expected. Our meetings generally don't go for this long, but your advice has been absolutely invaluable. Thank you. You can have a cup of tea now.